website. Beautiful. All right, I'll mute it all now.
What's the Sports Stream Live web? Hello. Hello. Nick Fairbank.
It's not football, it's cricket.
Not today, Sinkers.
Welcome. We're out here, Sports Stream Live in Gippsland, out here at the Ellinbank Recreation Reserve for the big WDCA Division 1 game. Ellinbank have won the toss and elected to bat, and opening will be Sean Masterson and Matt Farthing. And joining me, Brad Sinclair, alongside me all day. When he decides to nick out, he might nick out into Ladies' Day. We'll talk a fair bit about that during the days. Nick Gooden, welcome to Sports Stream Live.
Thanks for having us, Sinkers. Really looking forward to today's clash. A really important game for Ellinbank, and for Drouin to consolidate top spot. But Ellinbank there, they could lose touch with the top four pretty easily dropping this game today.
Yeah, last week I seen Ellinbank played Western Park, and Western Park were 8 for 216 off their allotted 40, and then Ellinbank fell short, 35.5 overs, all out for 136. Going to have their work cut out for them today. Drouin come off a really good win over Catani last week, 8 for 177 off their 40, and they bowled out Catani for 138, and they only got through to 37.2 overs. Who are the players to watch today? Let's start with Ellinbank. And in the batting lineup, who do you think are the ones to watch?
I'm really interested to see Sean Masterson today. Notice that he's walked out to open the batting, which isn't a stereotypical role for Shawnee. So I think maybe a bit of a plan there to get him up the order and free him up a little bit during the power play. So I'm really interested to see, obviously a very experienced cricketer. He makes those 300 or 400 runs this year. Been a little bit light on before Christmas this year. So I'm really excited to see him free himself up a little bit, hopefully today, because we know once he gets going, he's got plenty of runs in him.
Very still day, 23 degrees, feels like 33. It's very, very humid as it has been throughout Victoria for the past week. Not a breath of wind. Should the ball be moving around in the air in this clouded, covered ground?
I think so. We typically get a little bit of swing through the air early here up at Ellinbank. Obviously, we don't have to worry too much about the Astro. Do note that Drouin over the years, sometimes they come off their turf wicket onto the Astro, and, sometimes it can hamper them a little bit with the bat. Obviously, a really strong turf side having a turf wicket down at their club. Is the transition between turf and Astro that big a difference? I think we're going to find out today, Brad.
And it looks like it'll be Troy Lehman to open the bowling for Drouin. Umpires for today are Daryl Carrots Williams and Doug Lovell. Carrots are fair.
Carrots,
fairly well.
Carrots would probably be the most famous umpire in the competition. I think he's liked by most of the players, and sometimes get himself caught up in a little bit of controversy from time to time. But that's what we love about local cricket. Everyone knows everyone, and at the end of the day, you can have a bit of a laugh.
And Carrots are starting off at square leg, and it will be Doug Lovell to officiate at the bowler's end, and a couple of slips and a gully. 40 over game today. Promises to be a fantastic day.
Got Matt Farthing taking strike first ball. He's been a pretty solid contributor for Ellinbank this year so far.
Lehman comes in, a little bit of a skip forward, defensive shot straight to cover, and fielded quite easily there by James Wilcock, who we hear might have come in with a bit of a quad strain today.
Yeah, very disappointing. I haven't seen Drouin play this year. We've heard some pretty big things about James, being pretty handy with the ball and getting a bit of airspeed. So I was really looking forward to seeing him bowl, and unusual for him not to take the new ball, but maybe we'll see him later in the day.
So Lehman in again, second ball of the day. It's played down into the ground by
Farthing.
Matt Farthing with a pink handle grip. That's probably the best way to describe them. They're the same weight and height, same coloured helmet, and haven't got numbers on the back, what we're used to in the footy. Makes it a little bit difficult, but I can tell you that it is Matt Farthing on strike. And throughout the day, we'll have a little bit of your friend Kerry O'Keefe with a couple of jokes throughout the day. I reckon there might be half a dozen there, Nick.
I'm looking forward to that. Well, hopefully the broadcasters can tell, the viewers can tell the difference between my laugh and his laugh.
And that's gone down leg side, and umpire Doug Lovell has signalled a wide. Big day today, Ellinbank Cricket Club, Ladies' Day. Wow, it's going to be a big one in there. 7th Winter performing live, and Dr. Hayley Messenger is a guest speaker. There's a welcome drink on arrival, and there's nibblies and hot food provided all day. Happy hour between 3 and 4 o'clock. Half price beer, wine, and $4 spirits. Promises to be a big day.
Sounds pretty delicious for the afternoon session there, Brad, I think.
I think your partner might be in there, Nick.
Yeah, Sarah will wander in there and have a look, I think, and she'll enjoy the first day out with our bubs, young Harry, and looked after today. So looking forward to a nice day.
Great sponsors of the day. Stu and the team out at SJD Long. They've got a big special on if anyone's looking to do a will in the month of February and March. They'll donate $100 to the cricket club of their choice, and Darren Lisa and the team out at Victoria First Aid Services and Training are on board too as Lehman comes in. Cover drive. Just gets off the mark. Does Farthing. And none for one.
Beautiful shot from Farthing there. That's his go-to. That's his bread and butter. Anything outside off. Rocks onto the front foot and punches it through. So you should see a fair bit of that today, I think.
And we will have a little bit of a run on a certain 8 for 15 that my co-host might have taken a couple of years ago, including a double hat-trick. That might get a run today, Nick.
Triple,
sorry.
Triple, Brad.
You should pick me up on that.
Yeah, quick to fix that story up. Got to hang on to those moments in life where, special things happen. Especially when your cricket career hasn't been overly great. When there's something to remember, you've got to really remember it.
Down leg side again for Lehman. This time he's bowling to Masterson. None for 3. He's got a back to his run up. The ground's in good nick. Looks lovely.
I think it's coming up not too bad, Brad. Obviously, it was pretty... most people that be tuning into this would remember that infamous game of footy up here this year. What was it? Ellinbank versus Nearham South, I think, was it? And Ellinbank pinned them that day, but it was in 3 foot of mud.
Yes.
So all things considered, the ground is in pretty good condition, looking nice for the start of footy season as well, which is only 3 or 4 months away.
Don't forget our other sponsors, Rickett, Bowens, Warragul, 9 June Court, Warragul. Get out there and for all your little odds and ends that you got to do through the summer at home, and Nick's building something at the moment. Get out to Gippy Shed Constructions in Warragul and see Liam and Jack. Nick, I'm hearing you might be putting up a bit of a pergola out the back.
Yeah, putting up a bit of a pergola. Obviously, Jack and Liam. Jack Ward, very good cricketer. Be representing Nearham today. He's a great player when he gets out on the track, Jack Ward.
That's the end of the first over. None for 3. Couple of wides from it. Also, other games today in WDCA Division 1. Catania are at home, sitting 6th at the moment. They'll take on Hallora, who is sitting 3rd. Western Park at home, sitting 2nd. They'll take on 8th placed Warragul. And Yarragon, sitting 7th, will take on the 4th place Longwarry over at Downton Park Reserve in Yarragon. Beautiful ground, that one.
Oh, one of the best grounds in the region. I think we've got a clear game of the day today. Having a look at that, we've obviously got Catania and Hallora 3rd versus 6th, but Catania are all but out of contention at the moment, aren't they?
Yes.
Sort of that 3 or 4 games behind, unless they can sneak some outright victories in the run home.
And, of course, the Sports Stream live match of the day is here at Ellinbank, between Ellinbank and Drouin, and it looks like it'll be Simon Gardner to bowl now from, we'll call that N, the SJD Law end of the ground that the bowler will come in from, and this end might be the Sports Stream Gippsland Live end of the ground. And Simon Gardner, what can you tell us about him, Nick?
Oh, obviously a long-term player for Drouin, long-time campaigner. He'd have hundreds and hundreds of wickets in this competition. He's just line and length all day. Tireless operator. Yeah, I think he'll be keen to peg these Ellinbank batsmen down pretty early, which is typically his role, and hopefully grab a couple of poles along the way. Interesting opening combination for Drouin. I think without Wilcock in there, we're sort of lacking a little bit of airspeed. So they'll be hoping with the humidity they can get the ball swinging around a little bit to try and get some snicks.
So Farthing just had a look at that first one, let it through to the keeper, Jonathan Bell, and he does the same again. So they just have a look at the moment, and you can see through the camera just a beautiful backdrop here at Ellinbank. It is one of my favourite football or cricket grounds, not only in Gippsland but in Victoria. That beautiful trees in the background, it just is a lovely ground, isn't it?
It's a beautiful part of the world. You definitely know you're in dairy farming country up here, don't you think?
Yeah.
The drive up through the hills is really nice.
Just straight to mid-off. from Farthing. So we're into the second over now.
Pretty slow start to the game so far. No one's really having a dip, which you typically won't see from Farthing anyway. Yeah. He'll be the rock. He'll be the rock down there. So he'll consume balls and get his run rate, strike rate ticking over as the day sort of goes through.
I'm looking forward to the captain coming in, Nick Fairbank at 4. He 23 off 23 last week against Western Park, and he also took 4 for 42 off 7 overs.
Yeah, bit of a flashback to the past there for Ferry, wasn't it? He obviously going back a little while, he was obviously one of the most feared bowlers probably in the region. Hasn't bowled all that much over the last few years, but I guess when your team needs a lift, and as the club captain, he's rose to the occasion there. 4 for 42. Bit of a wind back for Ferry.
Just played backward a square there for the single to Farthing and brings Masterson on strike. In comes Gardner again. Straight back to mid-on. And as I said earlier, we will have a little bit of Kerry O'Keefe through the day. So when you hear this little intro... there might be a best of our great friend Kerry O'Keefe. He was a great leg spin bowler. I remember him as a boy. Him and Max Walker were my two heroes as a kid. And one used to knock himself out when he was bowling, old Maxie, with the shoulder on the... give himself a bit of a swollen ear, and the other one used to get smashed out of the ground.
It's a pretty good era of cricket, that, wasn't it?
Oh, it was great. So
a lot like... unlike now, lots of personalities, and you could really latch on and love a player. Whereas now they're just players, aren't they?
Yeah, robots.
There's no real personality unless you start looking at the Big Bash or the 2020 circuit. That's where all those eccentric sort of players seem to be found these days.
None for 4 off 2, and again, it'll be Lehman into bowl.
Beautiful shot.
Well played. They'll take 2.
Got through the infield really beautifully there, through the inner circle. It just slowed up a little bit as it hit this nice lush patch out in front of us here.
So that was Farthing for that 2. Beautiful shot, as you said earlier, that might be his signature shot through the covers.
Oh, wow, that's a great shot, isn't it? There's a mid-off, a catching cover, a short catching cover, and a wideish cover, so he's managed to pierce all 3 of those.
And then he just soft hands towards in between mid-wicket and mid-on to get a single.
Some good intent there, isn't it?
Yes, it's okay to just have a look early, but you still got to get some runs on the board, don't you? And they're doing that.
That's right. It's easy to get bogged down early, but they're ticking it over nicely. I think the guys in the shed will be happy with the first couple of overs so far.
Again, Lehman. Into Masterson. He skies at leading edge and just over the head and wide. More luck than anything there, I would say, Nick.
Yeah, well, that's landed directly in between those 3 fielders that we were just talking about somehow, right in the perfect point of the triangle. Yeah, very lucky there that didn't go to hand. Take that catching cover out and have a traditional cover. That's probably out.
So Masterson gets 2 for it. It's, as you say, very lucky. Again, Lehman into his second over, none for 3. Seems to be playing the wrong line at the moment.
That one was another leading edge.
Yeah.
He sort of looked obviously a low full toss on the stumps. He's tried to work it through the onside and it's ended up at mid-off.
China at Bingham Fencing and Farm Supply is another great sponsor today for the Ellinbank Cricket Club out at Aikman Court in Drouin. Not too many Binghams that aren't called China.
Yeah, well, Bingham's a famous name out at Ellinbank as well.
Yes.
Look through that list, and there's lots of, I guess, guys that support the footy club and the cricket club, and they're just really good community people for the Ellinbank area.
It was better by Masterson right behind that And Michael out at Bunyip, IGA out at 6 Main Street, Bunyip. Mario, now how do we say this, Nick? You must know this.
That's De Grande.
It is De Grande, not De Grande.
It's probably more that, but
is
I can't roll the tongue.
De Grande, Quality Cut Butchers out of Commercial Place in Drouin.
Top butchery.
Yes, big ribeye there, Nick. Oh, beautifully played.
There we go. He's walked across his stumps there and managed to find a gap.
So Masterson will get 2. Through square leg.
I think the Ellinbank team will be really keen for Sean to work through this rough little patch that he's had. You know, there's two leading edges, and hopefully that's the luck he needs to get an inning started for today.
So they're none for 11 off 3. Good start. Couple of hiccups in that. It looks like he got behind one and then played that off his pads through square. So it's looking a little bit better.
We're starting to found the middle of the bat with that one. His forward defensive shots have been nice. I think it's just the maybe the uncertainty when he's looking to play a little bit more aggressive.
So it'll be Gardner again. That's Simon.
But we all know that once he starts hitting them out of the screws, it could be a very long day for Drouin if he gets there.
So Gardner in to Farthing. He has a look again and lets that go through to Bell. And another thing we'll talk about today is this Lilyfield Estate out at Lillico Road in Warragul, Parkley. The developers behind that. Looks magnificent. 60 acres of open space out there, and there's 1,000 plus residential lots. 268 acres of total area. Lilyfield.com.au is... Ooh, did he get an edge on that?
I think he might have got a snick on that.
Look at the umpire, Carrots Williams. See what...
Sort of in two minds there, yes.
Yes, it's come off the bat. So
in two minds there. Let's have a look at the replay here. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he definitely got an edge.
In two minds there about whether he was going to play it or not.
And again, it's a great man.
The Carrot.
Stephen Gregory on the buttons, able to give us replays. You'll get that all day on the Sports Stream Live website on this live stream game is no balls. And it's a free hit in this competition, isn't it?
Yes. Yeah, we've got a free... Is it a free hit?
Yes.
Sorry, I was
free
down,
hit, no ball.
I was down. Word just came through that my friend Tomo plays down for South Yarra, opened the bat and made a first ball of the game duck. So that's
I'll make a few of them myself.
Yeah, that's pretty unlucky for Tomo. Be a long day in the sheds for him.
I like this. I like the idea of a free hit. I think you just open the shoulders, Nick.
Oh, you do.
You do.
Absolutely.
Doesn't matter where that ball's pitched. You don't play it on its merits. You just go whoosh, and it comes again. Gardner, and he does that, and he's picked the gap. That is a beautiful shot from Farthing. It's not going to get to the boundary. She's a bit thick, isn't it?
Outside of that inner ring, it's nice and thick. So you're going to have to work hard for your runs today.
Here's a replay on this shot. This is a beautiful shot from Farthing. He does like that cover area, doesn't he?
Yeah.
It's a beautiful shot.
Just opened himself up there and just crunched it. That's January, because that deserves 4.
Yes. And that's the thing with the free hit. And he comes again. He lets that go through to the keeper. So, yeah, those lots out at Lillico Road, which is not far from your football club.
Not too far, no.
Warragul Industrials Footy Club. It's out over the back there. I haven't been out there and have a look. I am next week. I'm going out to have a look. Lot sizes are up to 800 square metres. It's up to 2,500 residents in that area. 1300 545 543 to find out more. In behind it,
it's always exciting for the area.
It is,
more growth, and obviously we've got a bit of a sports theme on this broadcast. So, you know, up to another 2,500 residents. That's only going to be good for junior footy, junior cricket, tennis, swimming, basketball, soccer, all of those sorts of things. Because hopefully the infrastructure from the Pawpaw Shire can keep up with it.
It's a strong sporting area, Warragul, and has been for a long, long time. And here comes again Gardner, and Farthing just plays that straight back to him. And that's the end of the 4th over. None for 16. So pretty good start.
I think they'll be really happy with this Ellinbank. Going at the 4 runs and over and being risk-free. Really?
Yeah.
They've got that one free hit where
Farthing played through the covers.
Fartho opened up the shoulders and hit it through the covers. But I think for the most part, they're just working the ball around and managing to tick the scoreboard over. Oh, and obviously that one leading edge from Sean, he was trying to play a risk-free shot, just missed on it.
So don't forget, SJD Law, $100 to your local cricket club of your choice if you get a will done up through them through the months of February and March.
Good month to get a will done.
It is. I might look at that. Not that I've got anything to leave as Lehman comes in and that's played well this time. That's Masterson off his legs. Very hard to tell these two apart, Nick.
It is difficult. But I think Sean's obviously looking to play off his pads a lot more aggressively than Tim.
Now, last week, Bryce Joyce top scored with 29. He's not playing today. They will miss him. Masterson made 28 last week. In comes Lehman again. That
squared him up a touch.
Yeah. It's Farthing. So, yeah, Sean Masterson, 28 off 36 last week. And I don't think Farthing played, or did he?
No.
No, he didn't.
No, he was absent last week. Obviously, it was pretty full on, I think, Brad, trying to play cricket on the 6th of January. Round one.
I thought it was an early comeback, after Christmas,
Lots of people still away on holidays and on break from work and just spending good family time. And
yeah.
The blokes have to drop the news on the partners that we've got to go and play cricket again.
Don't forget our good friends out at Gippy Shed Constructions, Liam and Jack. They pride themselves with prompt service to help you through your chosen project, an eye for detail, and a quality workmanship that will leave you with a great finished product. Get in contact with them. They're out at Phoenix Street, Warragul, as Lehman again.
Nice
Into Masterson, yep. Just plays that down into the gully. So, might be an opportune time to start on the triple hat-trick, 8 for 15. How many years ago was it, Nick?
2017, because it was just a few weeks there after Richmond won the premiership, so it was a bit of
it was a big couple of weeks for you.
It was a big period of my life, Brad. That's big.
Lehman in again. Oh, bouncer, and he gets that away. Just won't get to the boundary, obviously, and he'll get 2. Did he get 2 or 1?
Just one.
Just the one?
Just the one.
Just the one for Farthing, down to fine leg. Yes, so, just skied that a bit, but...
A bit top edge. A bit of a top edge.
So, 8 for 15. Tell us about those wickets throughout the day. We'll go with wicket number 1. How did it happen?
Bowled.
Oh, of course.
Bowled. Yeah, bowled. Just a nice little off-cutter.
Lehman, again. Square drive and well fielded. What stump? It's the end of the 4th.
Would have been the top of off.
End of the 5th, sorry.
Top of off.
Top of off.
Just seemed back a little bit in between the gate.
Okay, this was the Geelong North. So that was on turf.
That was on turf.
Yeah.
Yep.
Was that a sticky wicket or?
It was. Yeah, there was a little bit in it, which was obvious because I made a first ball duck when we were batting in the first innings. So it was doing a bit clearly.
Second wicket?
Caught at mid-off.
Mid-off?
Caught at mid-off, yeah.
Okay. Any of the 8 caught on the boundary?
No.
That's a big day.
No, that's the only caught.
You weren't really? LBW and...
The next one, the hat-trick ball was LBW.
Wow. Gutsy umpire.
Yeah, gutsy. Expect club umpire as well, so...
Gardner. Well played through the gully. And they'll get 2. Good shot from Farthing. So LBW and the umpire puts the finger up. How was that appeal? Would have been a solid, strong appeal, I would have thought, on a hat-trick.
Oh, it was plumb. It was straight.
Was it?
It was straight through to the wicket keeper. I don't even think I turned around.
Oh,
yeah,
really?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was pretty. It was pretty out.
Gardner again, Farthing in behind it and down to fine leg. They'll just get the 1. So into the 5th over, none for 21. Good start.
Beautiful start.
Wicket number 4.
Bowled.
So they're coming in, you're bowling for a double hat-trick, and you've bowled.
That was a dot ball. So, yeah, wicket,
yep.
wicket, dot ball, 2.
Yep.
Then the 4th wicket of the day was bowled.
Gardner again comes in. So Masterson plays that mid-off for a single. Okay, so by this time, what are you thinking? What's going through the head? You've got 4 for.
After I took the hat-trick, the first thing I said to the boys was, this is the best thing ever. I didn't have an excuse to get on the piss tonight, and now I do. Obviously with the ex, told her I'd just go up, fill in for the boys, play cricket, I'll be home. Be home by 6 o'clock. But there's an unwritten rule, isn't there? You get like a 6 for or a 7 for, you can get a leave pass, get a hat-trick, get a leave pass. Make 100, you get a leave pass. So I was stoked. I was over the moon.
Just watch that replay again, and Farthing was quite lucky then. He just beat the edge. So at 5 for, you're thinking, how easy is this?
Caper? Pretty much. Oh, well, I wasn't thinking how easy it is because obviously cricket's bloody hard and we played a lot of games. Probably 100, 200 games to get to this moment. I had taken a 7 for previously. I was on 2 hat-tricks that day as well.
Wow.
So when you're on, you're on.
Yes.
When they're coming out all right, they're coming out all right.
Farthing between slip and gully for single brings Masterson on the strike. Under 23 into the 6th over. It's the one left on this one of Simon Gardner's. Straight to mid. I've really liked this early part they're running between the wickets.
It's very good intent, isn't it? It's putting the pressure straight back onto Drouin.
So none for 24 off 6. Yeah, really like it. We've got a chance for this one. Of course, it's Kerry O'Keefe.
That's what you do as a batsman. You kind of go down and have a look and you think, wait a minute, that rough outside the off stump, it's dangerous, line straight in there first ball.
Could I put it technically? There are Colombian drug dealers that do less crack than Nathan Lyon.
Oh, that is unbelievable, isn't it? Unbelievable.
Kerry.
And when I was a kid watching him bowl, never did I think he had this sense of humour that this guy has got.
Imagine just being on tour with him when he was a young guy.
Oh.
Like, be a ball of laughs.
Well, we've got a fair bit more of him, and we'll talk. He's got one on his celebrations when he was in Pakistan. That's a ripper. We'll play that one shortly as Lehman into Masterson. Just defensive push down the wicket.
Beautiful shot again, though. He's starting to hit his straps a little bit there. That's right out of the middle of the bat.
Yeah. Great technique, isn't it?
Yeah. I think if the bowler didn't get a hand on that might have gone through the infield for a couple there, I think.
So what are we up to? 6 wickets.
We're up to the 6th, I think. So that was bowled.
That was bowled. We'll just take this one from Lehman to Masterson, who plays that to squares a shite. The stumps, they're backing up. No run. So the 6th wicket was what? Sorry?
Bowled.
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 Now, I'd be at this stage looking for cameras thinking this is a setup.
Yeah.
Someone's pranking me here.
I said to the guy at mid-off, I said, this is just ridiculous. This is I can't do anything wrong. I actually bowled a knuckleball next. I said, watch, I'll hold this in between my fingers a bit more and see if I can bowl a slower ball, even though I was already slow enough.
Gardner just pushes that to mid-on, and again, as we said last over, the running between the wickets between these two has been pretty good, been excellent in fact, and they get another one. None for 25 into the 7th over now, and that loss, and there it is there, just good running between wickets. So, Lehman, again, this time he'll come into Matt Farthing. There's that shot again. Probably the shot of the day so far.
That shot of the day so far.
He's played a couple of beauties through there, but that is thick grass, and as you said, Nick, it's you're going to earn your runs, aren't you? Yeah.
that's definitely
It is
that's
here.
another ball in January that should be 4
Yeah. Look at this. Beautiful.
Look at that.
Beautiful shot.
With authority onto the front foot. He deserves to be able to hold the pose on that one.
Yes, yes.
Should just be able to stand there and watch a candidate
Yeah.
responses board.
Yes. And he comes again, Lehman. This time, Farthing just pushes that to mid-wicket.
I actually think the drawn bowlers are lucky at this point, Brad, because this score could easily be up around 35-40 with those shots that haven't been rewarded by going to the boundary.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. Again, Lehman into Farthing, just plays that soft hands, no run. So, wicket number 7, Nick, of 8 for 15, triple hat-trick, nearly did it again to you. What was wicket number 7?
So that was bowled.
Bold.
Bowled.
Wow. Keeper's grabbing a helmet here, which tells me there's a change of bowler, and it looks like it might be the spin bowler, Brad Glover. Medium pace, so he'll keep up to the stumps.
Another one of the Drouin workhorses, been tireless contributor for Drouin with the ball over the years. Countless wickets. It'll be a lot like Garda. He'll just try and bowl his areas.
So he'll bowl to Sean Masterson. None for 27 off 7, Ellinbank. In comes Glover, down leg side. They all go up. Oh, he's given it out.
Giving him out.
That looked leg side to me, and Carrots has just gone bang.
Be
with the
interested
finger.
to have a look at the replay of this one.
Yeah, I'd love it from the other end too. Wouldn't that be great? Have a look at this. We have got it from the other end.
Oh, no, that's
the cover
that's
drive.
the cracking cover drive.
But, yeah, I'd love to have a look at this again. We will see it again, and Masterson's gone LBW. That's that cover drive again, and I'm getting dizzy. But he's been given out, LBW. So 1 for 27. Ellinbank. Masterson has gone. LBW. And instant results for Brad Glover. Has 1 wicket.
8 off 15, Masterton departed for.
Sorry.
8 for 15, Masterton departed for.
8 off 15.
8 off 15.
So Masterson 8 of 15, and Glover already has 1 wicket.
Important wicket of Masterton, the captain. Oh, the coach, sorry.
So 1 for 27 into the 8th. So it brings Daniel Pandolfo, the wicket keeper. Lets that go. Now, last week, 21 off 38.
Yeah, he's had a decent start to the year with the bat this year, Panda. Reasonably consistent contributor through the year. 196 runs at 32.
Glover. It's Pandolfo, just plays that straight to mid-off in there.
Oh, look at that.
I spoke about this off-air before this started, that I'd be very careful when I put the leg down fielding the ball along the ground here. There's a couple of little landmines out there.
Well, that one took a sharp turn, didn't it?
It did. And here comes again Glover to Pandolfo. Plays that straight to a short cover. So he's got 1 for none off his first over. Farthing's on 16 from 29. Pandolfo yet to open his account. And they are 1 for 27. Ellinbank. Glover in again to Daniel Pandolfo. Straight to mid-on, and it's amazing what a wicket does. It's got the Drouin boys up and about now. There's a bit more vocal out there.
Turns the pressure away, straight away back onto Ellinbank, doesn't it? After a nice start, not a great start, but a good start. I think they would have liked to have gone to a few more overs without losing that wicket and getting the score up a little bit. But
so you're watching Sports Stream Live out at Ellinbank for the WDCA Division 1 game between Ellinbank and Drouin. Ellinbank sitting 5th, Drouin on top. Ellinbank won the toss and elected to bat. 1 for 27 after 8 overs. And the batsman out was Masterson. LBW bowled Glover for 8. And
a change of the bowling here. The captain Healy coming on.
Farthing is on 16. Pandolfo yet to open his account. And as Nick just said, the captain comes on now. Damon Healy.
Oh, there's the replay of that. There's the replay of that LBW. That is missing the stumps.
Yeah, it did look leg side, didn't it? And there was a shocked look on Masterson's face, and probably rightly so, as Healy, and he comes and just plays that into the ground as Farthing. So these two are a little bit easier to tell apart, the two batsmen.
Yeah, it's a bit of a difference there. The blue pads help.
Certainly.
That's the key indicator.
Yes. As Healy in, Farthing just plays that down. Other games, Katani at home to Hallora, Western Park at home to Warragul, Yarragon at home to Longwarry. Trying to get some scores throughout the day for you, as again, just plays that down to a short mid-wicket.
So we've got Hallora have started well against Katani, none for 39.
Oh, that's good.
And Warragul, very similar scoreline to here, Brad, 1 for 28 against Western Park.
Ah, that'd be arch rivals.
Oh, that would be.
Yeah. You played cricket out at one of those. Which one was it?
No, I played in this competition. I played
Jindovic?
one game here at Ellinbank, and Jindovic.
Jindovic.
The Jumping Jacks.
Jumping Jacks.
One of the better mascots in community sport, I think. The Jumping Jacks.
The Jumping Jacks, like that. It's isn't that the Tassie basketball team?
It is.
Healy plays that to a short cover, fielded by Ben Spicer.
But one thing I can confirm, Jindovic is littered with Jumping Jacks. If you pull up a pew on the ground, they will bite your ass.
Through cover, well fielded. Just stuck the left Duke out. Ben Spicer diving away to his left. And just the one from that over, was it? 1 for 28 off 9.
That was my mum that called to check if Ellinbank had FPOS.
Ellinbank have FPOS. I would imagine they do.
2023, Caroline.
Is your mum watching this broadcast? Right
Probably,
now?
I wouldn't have thought so because she didn't know I was doing it.
Oh, did she? There you go. So, 1 for 28. 9 overs gone. Again, it'll be Glover. He'll come in to Farthing. Just lets that through to the keeper.
Tight line again.
Yes. He's already got the 1 wicket and 1 for none. It's not a bad effort. He started well. Good change. So Farthing's on 17. Pandolfo's still on 0. And the batsman out was Masterson LBW to Glover for 8. And Farthing just plays that Again, it's down. He's in a bad spot there in that mid-off region.
He must have lined himself up perfectly with a tuft.
It's Jared Saw out there, and he's a better man than me. He keeps going down, and you only need to get one of them jump up and bite you.
We're half a chance to see someone field in the mid-off with a helmet.
Yes, yes. Glover again, this time to Pandolfo. Still on 0. Just plays it straight down, and some size from the Drouin fielders.
Momentum shift here, Brad.
Yes.
I think only 2 or 3 overs ago that run rate was up near 4.
It's JD Law, of great sponsors of local sport in this region, and they're the major sponsor of this broadcast today. Is again, beautiful cover drive. Pandolfo, again, will we see that get to the boundary? Not going to get there. Also, Darren Leeser and the team out at Victorian First Aid Services and Training. You can contact them out at their website, victorianfirstaid.com.au, or via phone 0488 405 605 and get in contact with them. Any of your first aid needs, they do event first aid, they do training. It's not much, and it's a really important business these days, isn't it? Because particularly when we're talking about sport, all sporting clubs have to have people that are.
Our Victorian First Aid on site today for the guy at mid-off. That's what I want to know.
Yes, it's probably it might have to give Darren and Lisa a ring.
Just a bit of a heads up. There could
Yes.
could have job on out here potentially.
It's Glover. Pandolfo in behind it. Just plays it into the ground. That's the end of that over. And there's finally some runs to come off Glover. He's 2 overs now, and he's got 1 for 3. Farthing 18. Pandolfo on 2. And Ellinbank 1 for 31 after 10 overs. So it'll be the captain again from this end. The Sports Stream Live end of the ground. Big tomahawk steak from Mario out at De Grandi. De Grandi. I'm going with De Grandi. Quality cut butchers out of Drouin. Might be a good idea for on the way home. A big tomahawk on the way home.
On the Weber.
On the Weber, of course. Yep. It's Healy. Come in to Farthing, gets in behind it, and straight down to a short cover there in Spicer.
I think we got a little sidetracked with the wicket, Brad. But
We did, sorry. We're up to 8.
My 8th wicket, just for everyone wondering at home, also bowled.
Also bowled. So of the 8 wickets, 6 bowled.
6 bowled, 1 OBW, 1 caught.
Wow. Now, as soon as that, obviously you won, as soon as that game finished, what was the first thing in your hand?
Well, I finished my allotted overs and said, I'm done. I'm walking on. Oh, he's dropped him.
Dropped it first slip.
Not sure what the objective of that shot exactly was, apart from hitting it straight to first slip.
Here we are. We'll have a look at the replay here. Healy. Oh, yes. Dropped it first slip straight through the hands, wasn't it, in the end?
Yeah.
And you won't be happy with that.
Those ones are a bit harder when they come off the face of the bat as opposed to sort of the edge.
Yep. Again, Healy into Farthing.
There we go. He's done the same shot again.
He has, but he's
Found the gap. Oh,
sent Pandolfo back.
yeah. So I said to the boys, look, I'm done. I've got to walk off. What more can I do for you blokes? Because they were 9 down. So I went and took up my spot at square leg. I said, no, you've got to stay out here and field. We need 1 more wicket. They only need 30 to win. So about 9 or 10 balls later at square leg, picked it up one-handed away to my right, Brad, and threw down the one stump I could see with a direct hit run out and walked off the ground.
Oh, no. Pandolfo gets 1.
So that's the day.
Wow. And never played again.
I've played a few games since, but it took a while to get back out there after that.
It would, yeah. Well, I think it was
Well, what's the point?
exactly right. My last game of footy was a premiership, and I said, well, I'm not playing again.
No, there's no point.
point.
Literally no point.
Farthing in behind that.
Important
No
part
run.
of that was that I did beat Matt Gooden's best bowling of 8 for 30, which was
The brother.
probably the most important part of the outcome of that day.
So that would have got a bit of a run around Christmas dinner table and
That's
barbecues.
a bit of a run around. Yeah. I do remember calling him, and I think it was on like a business trip, some sort of getaway, like in Port Douglas or something. I rang him. He was on a minibus and he just hung up on me.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Would he have believed it at first, though? That's the other thing.
Yeah.
The 1 for 33 off 11. Good start here. They've pegged them back a bit, though, Drouin. Farthing on 19 from 40. Pandolfo 3 from 12. And Masterson was out for 8. LBW to this man, Glover, as Pandolfo turns it around the corner. Gets a single. And that'll move him on to 4. So, Farthing on strike now to Glover. Just beat first slip. And that's going to pull up short 2 by 5 metres, and he'll get 2 for that Farthing. Still yet to see a boundary. Very thick, lush grass out here at Ellinbank. Next to come in, we believe will be the captain for Ellinbank, Nick Fairbank. Good start for Ellinbank. They did win this corresponding game back in November 2023 against Drouin. And Drouin are sitting on top. Ellinbank really need to win this one just to give themselves a real chance. Grab that 4th spot. Longwarry have Yarrigan today. And Longwarry currently sitting in that 4th spot. So again, it'll be Glover to Farthing. Just pushes that back down a mid-on, sorry. Ladies' Day, don't forget, out here at Ellinbank Cricket Club today, $60 per person, gets underway about 2 o'clock. 7th Winter will be performing live, and guest speaker Dr. Hayley Messenger is a welcome drink on arrival. Nibblies and hot food provided as Glover. A Farthing lets that go through to Bell, the keeper. Have a look at the Ellinbank Cricket Club Facebook page for more details on the Ladies' Day, including how to purchase tickets if you haven't already done so. And they're proudly supporting the Australian Gynecological Cancer Foundation. All proceeds going to that is Glover. Farthing again plays that through the gully, but beautifully fielded by Simon Gardner, reaching out the left hand and holding on to that end of the over. 1 for 36 now after 12, Ellinbank. Farthing on 21, Pandolfo 4. Batsman out, Sean Masterson, LBW for 8. Can consider himself pretty unlucky on that LBW decision. So Rick out at Bowen's Warragul too. Thanks very much for your support for the Ellinbank Cricket Club. And Brad at Bradbury Plumbing. In comes Healy. Pandolfo through the covers. That's going to pull up in the thick grass and fielded by Lehman. Gets 2 for it. So they did say showers today, and I think we might escape that. Pandolfo just making a bit of an adjustment. Lehman Jack out at Gippy Shed Constructions at Warragul in Phoenix Street. Michael at Bunyip IGA out at Main Street, Bunyip, and China at Bingham Fencing and Farm Supplies. Thanks for the support to the Ellinbank Cricket Club as Pandolfo plays that down the mid-on. No run. Again, Healy to Pandolfo. Comes down the wicket. Gets it out through the covers. I'll take 2. 1 for 40. Into the 13th. Healy to Pandolfo. Short, leg side. Oh, he's hit that up. There's a player running back. Couldn't take it, and it was Timewell. It's just skied in the air. In fact, it was Alex Gordian. Really difficult to take, so got away with one there. Pandolfo, as he calls for a drink, brings Farthing on strike. Healy decides to go around the wicket to Farthing. Quicker. No run. Oh, Farthing just asking Healy to take stock and go again as Healy comes in. It's Drouin captain, comes out, gets it on the full toss, but couldn't really get it away and goes straight back to Healy, who has a shot at the stumps or at the keeper, and fortunately no run taken. He might have done himself a bit of a hip flexor there at the end of that over. 1 for 41 off 13, Ellinbank. Farthing, 21. Pandolfo, 8. So Glover will come from the SJD Law end of the ground. He'll bowl to Pandolfo, and Pandolfo opens his shoulders and straight over mid-on. He's not going to get to the boundary, and they'll be happy with 2 here. So he's started to take a bit of control out of these 2 batsmen now, Pandolfo. He took a while to get off the mark, but he's gone to 9 pretty quickly. Now, well, here he goes again. Opens up. That's a beautiful shot. That will get the boundary, I think, and it has. 1 bounce into the fence. The first boundary has come in the 14th over.
There we go. We're away. Back in the box now. I've just gone out and to do some investigating, Brad. 110 mil of rain.
Where?
Here. That's why the outfield's so lush.
When? Over what period of time?
Through the week.
110 mil.
The forward pocket down here, flooded.
Wow.
Only days ago, apparently.
No wonder they're out here mowing the strip this morning around the ring, that area. Wow. There you go. Well, that's going to slow it up, isn't it? It looks beautiful, though, the ground, but, geez, you're going to have to earn your runs. And the way Pandolfo's batting at the moment, I think that's the way you might have to go.
It's typically a 200 ground here this time of year, but you probably scale that back a little bit with the speed of the outfield. It's not overly, like, the sun's not blaring down on it, so it's not going to get too much quicker through the day, you wouldn't have thought.
Again, Glover to Pandolfo and finds the edge and gets it into gully. Now, Western Park did get 200 here last week, 216, but they wouldn't have had 110 mil through the week.
No, it would have been a bit quicker.
They batted first in that game, of course, against Ellinbank and won. So there you go, 110 mil, that's a lot of rain. Although they get that in a day up in Cairns. Terribly flooded. You were talking about Matthew, your brother, being up in Port Douglas. Well, you can't get from Port Douglas to Cairns on the road at the moment. It's being closed from the avalanche.
The avalanche? Mudslide.
That'll do.
Mudslide.
All the way down. Close the road off at Alice Beach. Beautiful part of the world.
Been wet up there last 3 or 4 months, hasn't it?
Hasn't it? You got some around the ground scores by the looks of you.
Yeah, Warragul have moved to 3 for 35. Wickets just fallen there. Against Western Park. Holora in control early there, 1 for 59 off 13 overs. And no scores coming through from the Yarragon-Longwarry clash.
Good work by you. That's one for 47 now. Off 14 overs, Ellinbank. Pandolfo has just gone through to very quickly to 15 now. And Farthing holding up one end, which you said at the start of the day he would. 21 off 47.
Yep, that's about what we expect from Fartho, and he'll look to increase his run rate as the day goes on, but he's just a good rock solid batsman up there. I think you've got his season stats on the next page.
Certainly have.
Yeah, 243 runs of 40, reliable. Obviously missed him last week, big time.
Be Healy again to that man Farthing and gets it on the bounce straight to the field. Sven
Oh,
Lehman.
no.
I reckon that went through the hands and hit the chest and come back out. He didn't.
That is a bum flapper.
Yeah, didn't read it, did he? Here we go here. We'll have a look at this again. Straight at him. Yeah, got through him. Hit him on the chest.
Doesn't get much easier than that.
No. There's Healy again. This one down leg side. And Farthing. That would make Lehman feel sick as he's come back the very next ball and over square leg for 4 in his first boundary of the day.
It's a game changer, that, isn't it?
Yep. That's 2 drop catches now. Both should have been taken. One in first slip.
That one in first slip's hard, I think, but that one there.
Dolly.
That's every day of the week. Father moves to 21.
So, they might come back to haunt him as Healy comes in. And the one thing you don't do, he lets that go through to the keeper, is drop a catch off the captain, Nick.
No.
It's not a good idea.
It's not.
It's not. Healy, again.
Dug that out beautifully.
Didn't he? And when you drop catches like that, you want them out within the next over. We'll see what happens. We might, at the end of this over, have another check-in with Kerry O'Keefe, and we'll just have a listen to what Kerry talks about his celebrations when he played cricket. At the end of this Healy over, Damon Healy over, as he comes into Pandolfo. Full toss. Straight to cover. Spicer.
Missed out on one there.
Yeah, he did. Certainly did. Pandolfo just to mid-wicket. Fielded by Wilcock. And this is Kerry O'Keefe on celebrating after a cricket game.
Back in your playing days, I want to go back to your era.
Yeah.
After a win like the Aussies just had in England, who would have been the teammate who kicked the celebrations into gear?
God. But the thing is, we started celebrating before the game started. We had Made Monday on the Friday. So we were just hungover by the time we won. 12 waters and some Panadol.
And keep it coming. Okay, so if you're all kicking it up a gear, who was the party pooper? Who was the first one home?
Well, there was no. Well, they were just.
No one.
They weren't in the team.
No, they weren't picked.
They'd been dropped.
Playing Shield.
Yeah, they were playing good club cricket back in Melbourne.
What a character. Glover. Farthing.
Bowled him.
Big swing. Bowled him. Off stump. And we just finished that Kerry Packer one in time.
Yeah, I was just thinking during that grab from Kerry there that Ellinbank would be really keen to sort of get through to drinks at the 20 over mark. Hopefully only one down. Sort of puts the game back evenly poised again.
It does, but he batted well. Farthing.
Beautiful start. He'll be spewing.
26 from 51. And it'll take him to 2 for 52 into the 16th now. The incoming batsman will be the captain, Nick Fairbank, and
here we go. Jeremy Gray's just dropped me off an esky.
Pandolfo is not out 15. And drinks are taken in the commentary box by the looks of it by Nick Gooden as the players keep sweating it out for another 5 overs. Thanks very much to Jeremy Gray from the Ellinbank Cricket Club. He's just brought over some very nice cold Coca-Cola on ice. And Nick has already said that you don't get a better cold or a colder drink in Gippsland than the Ellinbank Footy Cricket Club, do you?
It's one of the best fridges that you can really get stuck into. Spent many a Saturday up here watching the cricket, and it is one of the coldest fridges, and Jeremy's complimented that with triple the amount of ice required in that esky, so we're pretty happy with that.
As Glover again comes in, Fairbank. Just backward a square off the mark from his first ball. Now, I like this for a commentator when the batsman's a left-hander and a right-hander. It makes it very easy.
It does make it much easier. Fairbank strikes an imposing figure at the crease there as a left-hander, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Super damaging.
Yeah.
Glover comes in. Panda just defensive forward.
23 off 23 last week, and there's the scoreboard there. You can see now on screen where Farthing 26 he made. I had him down for 21. Sorry about that. It was 26. He batted very well. Pandolfo looks likely now too, as he just plays that down to mid-wicket running in, and they'll get the quick single. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to watching Nick Fairbank open the shoulders up. They reckon he can really hit a ball.
Yeah, once he gets going, he's probably one of the more damaging batsmen in the competition. Let's hope he gets through this tough little period just before drinks. No one wants to lose their wicket in sort of the next 4 overs. 52 now, off 16. Ellinbank, I'd be happy with that, Nick. I think so.
54, sorry.
I think that's a good start. It gives them a really good springboard for the back end of the innings. Their batting can run a little bit thin at times, Ellinbank. So there's a lot of work for these guys and the next couple. But we do see that in previous matches they have had some good runs in the lower order, but you want these guys to put a lot of body of work in, sort of over that next 15 overs. So
a 50 from one or both would be very, very beneficial. That's what they probably need.
If Nick Fairbank's batting at the end of the innings from here, he's on 100.
Yeah, well, there you go. Put him in a very
pretty
good
close
spot.
to it.
Healy to Pandolfo. Just straight back to the bowler.
But, of course, a long way to go for that.
Yes, certainly is. Straight to mid-off, and Lehman down on the leg, and that pops up. He's had an eventful 20 minutes.
Yeah, it's peppering him there at the moment. I think he'll be looking to... was it an attempted man-cad? No.
He got the feet tangled up.
It's just aborted.
Healy. Oh, pops it up straight to mid-wicket, and they hold that one, and that's James Wilcock that's taken the catch at mid-wicket. Pandolfo gone, and just as we spoke, Nick, that one or both need to get a 50 here, he's gone.
He's gone. Just looking to force the issue a little bit there with the ball onto the leg side. And bit of a leading edge, potentially. And, yeah, scooped it straight to mid-wicket.
Yeah, not good. He looked all right too. He was looking dangerous at times, and when he opened those shoulders up, he's gone for 16. And it should bring Curtis Howe.
Curtis Howe.
Another one that can bat a bit.
I wouldn't say he can bat a bit. Say he gets away with it from time to time. Of course, Kurt, one of my better friends.
So you've knocked back a Coca-Cola for a different coloured can there, Nick?
Yes. I'm just sampling. Haven't tried these before, so I thought I'd just try one and see what it tastes like. It's not bad, the Victorian bitter.
You haven't tried one.
Nah, never.
No, well, that's true. It's probably 101.
Today. Haven't tried one today.
So, Curtis Howell will face the Drouin captain, Damon Healy, into the 17th over, and all of a sudden, they're gone to 3 for 54. And problems now if they get through these two and end up 5 for before drinks. You wouldn't want that.
You definitely wouldn't want that. I think that Ellinbank had been in control for sort of the first 15 overs of the game in some regards, without being strongly in control, but now I think Drouin might have just popped their head in front a little bit.
How lovely defensive shot right behind that. Healy bowling from the Sports Stream Live end of the ground. Comes in. Again, in behind it. Just signalling to his captain that it's swinging from leg to off, I think he might have said. It's moving around out there is Healy again. Howell in behind it.
The Warragul scores keeping pretty even Stevens with the Ellinbank score for 3 for 52. It's sort of been wicket for wicket in that and run for run in that game at the moment, and Halora obviously in their clash against Katani 2 for 64.
Okay, that's the end of the 17th.
3 for 64.
3 for 64. Seems to be
Wicket just fell there, so they've just lost 2 for zip.
pretty close to here. Those scores, aren't they?
It's all pretty even.
So 3 for 54 here. So some changes in the field there.
Yeah, look, that's a very good field at the moment for Ferry. Completely suffocating him on the offside. Doesn't matter.
Just turns that around. It was a beautiful shot, wasn't it? Just put the leg all the way down. He's got to the boundary. So his first boundary, and it's change of bowler too. It's Trevor Gardner, the left armour, coming in from the SJD Law end of the ground. And Fairbank.
You just can't stray onto his pads. Super damaging.
Again, Trevor Gardner. Called wide.
Sharp bit of keeping.
Wasn't it? It certainly was. He's it's a medium, even probably medium fast nearly.
Yeah, medium.
He's up to the stumps and down leg side. Beautiful clean take. Again, Trevor Gardner. Just straight down that leg side though, isn't he? At the minute.
Yeah. Brad, I think a lot of the times just when keepers glove them down leg sides, they whip the bails off anyway.
Yeah.
Just to make it look good.
Yes,
Like,
yeah.
Look, I'm on fire back here.
We're not suggesting that Jonathan Bell's doing that.
No. I think that's just part of the wicketkeeper union.
Yes.
In every grade.
How did that miss? So, 3 for 59 into the 18th. Trevor Gardner short. And Fairbank gives its due desserts all the way.
Gives it all of it. It's beautiful, Brad. We were just saying a few balls ago, you just can't bowl there. You can't bowl there to Ferry. That's his arc. And they want to tighten that up. He started this over very leggish, so he'll be pretty keen, especially with the field the captain set for him. Trying to strangle him outside off, but he's not helping his captain out much here by bowling all 4 or 5 balls on leg.
Beautifully done. It was a lovely shot.
And that's a big part of the ground down
It
there
is,
as well.
isn't it? It is a big hit. I've always thought that the pitch looks pointed the wrong way here.
Yeah.
It's Trevor Gardner again into Fairbank. Still got that line down leg side. And as you say, it's fraughting with danger.
Of course, that 6 that Fairbank hit has brought a field change. We've now got a deep forward square leg on the boundary.
And a short backward square.
And a short backward square. So there's a big gap there for him, sort of in between that mid-wicket and backward square if he wants to work the singles.
Plays that straight to that man, backward square, Ben Spicer.
Former coach of the Ellinbank Cricket Club. So
Yes. Now, I'm glad you brought that up. I just wanted to bring something up from last year when these two teams played, if I can find it. It's usually the way when you're looking for it. I'll come back to you on that. Here we go. Last year, Ellinbank 120 defeated Drouin 80. That was at Drouin. Jack Pandolfo, 6 for 16 off 12 overs, including a hat-trick.
I managed to get down for the second day of that game. That one was right just before the finals, and that cemented Ellinbank's spot in last year's final campaign. And that was a massive win against Drouin. Only defending 120. Jack Pandolfo, that hat-trick, and 6 for 16. That was a real coming of age for him that day with the ball.
Hale just pushes Healy.
Don't know, just Ellinbank and Drouin, they always just seem to be close encounters. Good games. I think was it Drouin's only loss this year against Ellinbank?
Yes, yep. Yeah, back in November. That's the only loss they've had.
Not sure if the Spicer factor had some extra spice to the game.
Look what you did there. Yeah, and they're sitting on top with 45. Drouin, Ellinbank back in 5th position on 33 points. They've won 5 and lost 3, have the Ellinbank side, while it's 7-1 to Drouin. And as you said, that one loss has been to Ellinbank as Fairbank plays that straight down the ground to Lehman for a single off Healy. Brings that man back on strike, Curtis Howell. In behind it, straight back to the bowler, no run. So Darren Leeser and the team at Victorian First Aid Services and Training. Get onto them, victorianfirstaid.com.au and phone the 0488 405 605. No run for Howell as he just back cuts that through, ends up in an extra cover. Would you call that, Nick?
I wasn't watching Brad, but I'll agree with you. Yeah, that's
Spicer.
extra cover.
That's extra cover. All took off, and captain at the other end, Fairbank, didn't want anything to do with it and sent Howell back.
Didn't want a bar of that one.
No, got back easily, and he's probably thought, look, there's an over to go here to drinks. Let's just get to drinks. 3's for 65. It lost a couple of quick wickets. Again, Healy into Howell and just a forward defensive push. And
he's pleading with the captain to take a run.
Yeah. That's the end of the over. Coming into the 20th over, and we'll have a drinks break. Ladies' Day.
Ladies' Day.
Today.
2 p.m.
Is your partner here yet for that?
No, they'll be here about 2 p.m.
It sounds like Mum's coming because she wanted to know about
EFTPOS.
EFTPOS. We don't carry cash with us these days.
No. I mean, that's 2023, and we're in Ellinbank. That's all of 6 minutes from Warragul. We're not in Outback Northern Territory. I think most places carry EFTPOS these days, or at least one of those handy squares.
Yes, they're great. And comes again.
Cries of catch it.
It was Trevor Gardner to Fairbank. He set it up, but it was never going to a fieldsman. And good arm. They'll just get the one. And it'll bring Howell back onto strike. So drinks will be taken at the end of this. What will they do here? What do you think on that list? I suppose it depends who goes out of these two, who comes in next. Who do you think will come in at number 6?
I think, it's going to have a lot to do with what time the wicket falls.
Yeah.
A lot of those players that are sort of still listed to come,
Gardner to Howe.
are pretty versatile. Like if we get a bit later in the game, you might see like a Jeremy Gray come up the order a little bit.
Yep. If he's not bringing you drinks.
He's covered us for an afternoon in there, Brad.
5 minutes for you.
Yeah.
Again, Gardner comes in behind it was Howe.
So heading to the drinks break, Brad. 3 for 67. Don't want to put the moz on them.
Halfway mark.
I think that the game's pretty even.
Yeah.
Pretty even at this point.
Halfway mark, they're around 70. What's a good score?
I think, having a look at the outfield, I think 160.
Yep.
I think 160 here today is probably not too bad.
So it's gettable at 160, 70?
160, 170,
Yep.
I think.
For these guys? It's
yeah,
gettable. Yep.
I think it's gettable.
Trevor Gardner again into Howe. Straight.
Very uppish.
Yep. Straight back. There's another single there to Howe. Now, what does Nick Fairbank do here? If he does get an off one, do you just play it on its merits? It's a bit short, he'll go whack, or does he just get to drinks?
I think Ferry will just play the ball on its merits.
Yep.
He's an experienced campaigner. If the ball's right in his slot, he'll just...
Well played, well bowled. It's over and drinks. It's a 20th over. We might take a quick break too. We might have a listen to about our good friends out at Victorian First Aid and Services and Training. And we'll be back here very shortly at Ellinbank. 20 overs are gone. Ellinbank, 3 for 67. Victorian First Aid Services and Training provide first aid training and event first aid services in conjunction with first aid kits and products. With many years of industry experience and a reputation for providing excellent service, they are known by many as the preferred first aid supplier. Their specialisation is providing first aid options that tailor to the unique needs of regional Victoria, as well as first aid training at your workplace, event first aid services, and first aid kits and equipment for work and home. You can contact them on their website, victorianfirstaid.com.au, or simply by phoning 0488 405 605. That's Victorian First Aid Services and Training. So we're at the drinks break here at Ellinbank, 3 for 69, 20 overs. And it's been a pretty good start for Ellinbank. First man to go was Sean Masterson, LBW for 8. And then it was Daniel Pandolfo for 16 and Matt Farthing at 26 was bowled. And it brings Nick Fairbank and Curtis Howell to the crease. Fairbank on 13, Howell on 2. 3 for 69. So they've done very well so far. And there's just a trickle of rain at the drinks break here at Ellinbank. And we might, while we take a break, we might have a quick listen to Kerry O'Keefe and his famous frog joke that has got an enormous run over the years.
A frog goes into a bank and approaches the teller. He can tell from a nameplate that her name is Patricia Wack. Miss Wack, I'd like to get a $30,000 loan to take a holiday.
Bracken to Sangakkara, who leaves the ball moving away from him.
Paddy looks at the frog in disbelief and asks his name. The frog says his name is Kermit Jagger. His dad is Mick Jagger, and that it's okay. He knows the bank manager. Paddy explains that he will need to secure the loan with some collateral. The frog says, sure, I have this. and he produces a tiny porcelain elephant, about an inch tall, bright pink and perfectly formed.
Just going to take many overs. Bracken running away from us again, and Sangakkara another leave.
Very confused, Paddy explains that she'll have to consult with the bank manager and disappears into the back office. She finds the manager and says, "There's a frog called Kermit Jagger out there who claims to know you and wants to borrow 30,000, and he wants to use this as collateral." She holds up the tiny pink elephant. I mean, what in the world is this? The bank manager looks back at her and says, "It's a knick-knack, Paddywhack. Give the frog alone. His old man is a Rolling Stone."
Bracken. Sangakkara, who just pins down, commanding me off, and there's no run.
I actually don't know what makes me laugh more, his laugh or his jokes, but that's Kerry O'Keefe gold. As we're just about to come back from the drinks break out here at the Ellinbank ground. They're 3-4-69. And at the crease is Curtis Howell on strike, and at the non-strikers end is Nick Fairbank, and it will be Damon Healy, the captain of Drouin, into bowl. Straight out to extra cover. Along the ground, no run. Getting vocal out there now is Healy. Drops that short, and Howe lays back and over to deep mid wicket. Over the head of Trevor Gardner. Just the one run. It brings the captain on strike, Nick Fairbank, for Ellinbank. It'll be Healy, Fairbank. Bowled him! Off stump! That is a big wicket for the Drouin side, Nick Gooden.
Well, that just changes the whole complexion of the second half of the innings, doesn't it?
Did he need to play that? Was it too low for that type of shot? He laid back and tried to pull that.
Oh, it didn't seem to bounce, did it?
No. No, he won't be happy with that.
You think the Astro wicket should be reasonably confident to play your shots, but that one just didn't seem to bounce.
It didn't. It didn't. That's a bit, as you said, that can turn the whole context of this game now. And while you're off there, Nick, we played the Kerry O'Keefe frog joke.
It's an all-timer, isn't it?
It's the knick-knack paddywhack.
There is something different.
So, Matt Ragg comes to the crease at number 6. Nick Fairbank bowled by Healy.
Drawing a right on top now.
Yeah. Ragg just lets that go. So it was, if I am correct, I think Fairbank might have gone for 13 bowled. Healy tosses that one up, doesn't he? And just...
That was almost like a Yorker.
It was. Ragg just played that in. Are we into the tail here? Nick, you know these players better than I.
There's a little bit of batting still to come, but it's not like what we will have seen in the top order.
So we're talking about 160, 170. Right now the target might be 100.
I think they'll get to 100, you'd think.
So they have just taken control now, haven't they? And they're, the batsmen out, Masterson, Farthing, Fairbank and Daniel Pandolfo. And if you at the start of the day, if Drouin thought if we can get all of those 4 and we got them around that 70, we'd be pretty happy.
That's right. That's the 4 big wickets, I guess, for the Ellinbank lineup at the moment. So it'd be really interesting to see how Howe and Rag managed to counter attack here. I reckon you would expect them to probably shut up shop for a little bit, just consume some balls.
Trevor Gardner to Howe, plays it straight back. Oh, they take it, and he's going to be run out. That was suicide, Nick. Was it or not?
That's
Can you believe that?
not great running. That is not great running. Let's have a look at the...
I think he thought it was going to get past
the
Trevor.
Bradbury plumbing replay here.
Yeah, he thought it was going to get past him.
He thought it was going to get past him. He's hit it straight to him.
Yeah. Wow. Now, 5 for 70. My mention of getting to 100 might play some sort of part. That's not good. And that is the other batsman that you didn't want out was Howe out of those 2.
That's right.
So Howe run out. And Adam Campbell will come to the crease at number 7. Big boy.
Big boy, big hair.
Was he 6'4", 5" by the looks of him?
He's a big boy.
Isn't he?
And an incredible mop of hair, Brad.
Oh. Well, I might see if I can borrow a bit of that. So, Howe's gone for 3. 5 for 70. Run out, and they just didn't need that. That was not good. As Rag will take strike. In fact, yes, it is Matty Rag on strike. Trevor Gardner, the bowler, 5 for 70 into their 22nd over. Just plays it straight to a short cover. So, Gardner.
Interesting in the Western Park Warragul game. Warragul consolidated 3 for 77 now. 2 of their better bats, McGilvray and Wakefield at the crease. McGilvray 24 off 32 and Wakefield 16 off 27. So a bit of a counter attack there.
Rag leaves that ball outside off from Trevor Gardner. No run.
22 overs bowled in that game, Brad. They're into their 7th bowler. Western Park.
Really? Wow. 7th bowler.
7th bowler.
Gardner outside off again. He's called wide as Carrots Williams. He might have got one wrong earlier today.
No, I think that was a howler.
LBW decision that was for Sean Masterson for 8. First wicket to fall that was. Finds the edge, does Gardner to Rag. They're going to go for 2. Rag calls him up and not a problem, so we'll get 2 there.
I can do it now.
In comes Gardner again. Rag straight to...
So, Brad, Sport Stream Live.
Yes.
Exciting new venture.
It is. It's a marriage of 3 companies, live webcast productions with Stephen Gregory and MDR Digital, photography with the great man who's on the camera today, Michael Robinson, and my company, Sinbrad Media. We thought we'd get together. There's several companies out there streaming, Nick, and they're streaming Gippsland Sport, and none of them are from Gippsland.
No.
I think that's why we've put this together. We're all from Gippsland.
I know in our football competition, the live stream product's probably not as good as it could be, not as good as it should be. Our footy clubs used Michael last year and other times in the past to film some of our stuff when we haven't been on the live stream, and the product's great. And obviously, Brad, yourself have a long career in the Combox. Did a magnificent job last year in the West Gippy Footy League, calling the games, and started 2024 like a house on fire here in the Ellinbank Combox. I'm really excited. I guess as my role at the footy club to see a company come together from 3 guys that genuinely care about the product to put out a really good product. I mean, have a look at the graphics and the replays and all of this stuff that's happening in this cricket game. It's sensational.
Yeah, I think that's the thing is, for me, it was Gippsland people that have got a passion for Gippsland sport. And as I said earlier in the call, that this area has an incredible strong history of sport in both cricket and footy. And if we're talking footy terms, some of the names that have come out of the area has been unbelievable, and there's more coming. The Gippsland Power kids out there, the program that they've got going and the amount of kids that get drafted from there, it's a great sport. And I just think if you're Gippsland people, you've got that little bit more passion. We're not travelling down from Geelong or Melbourne or...
That's right. I guess it's like anything you do, any business that you do, you want to do it with people that are with you and passionate about the same things as you do and know the things that you're talking about and sometimes as a community sporting club, the troubles that you might go through to get there and all of those sorts of things. So I think you guys are gonna do a really, really good job. Speaking of footy and cricket, but of course the soccer as well around Warragul, Gippsland United now playing in the NPL.
Which Mick's had already done with MDR Digital anyway. He's done the soccer. He knows the soccer.
Yeah, the soccer in Warragul's flying. I think there's a real niche here in Warragul, but also in the greater Gippsland area for a really, really good product.
Yeah, and there's a big opportunity. We won't say too much about it now. It's the end of the 23rd over. 5 for 73, Ellinbank. In July to do a boxing tournament. We're talking to some people about that at the moment. Saturday night.
Doing a boxing tournament. What division are you going in, Brad? Is it are you the undercard, the main gig of the night, or
I'd be very overweight division, the very overweight division, Nick. So looking forward to that, but we will be letting you know on our Facebook page. That's the Sports Stream Live Gippsland Facebook page during the next few months of exactly what we're doing. As Trevor Gardner will come in now to Rag, and he just plays it straight back to him, no run. And we're hoping to do some more cricket. This is our first foray into cricket. We've all worked in the industry. The 3 companies have worked in the industry, and Stefan and Mick have been together the last year doing their thing. As Gardner again to Rag, just
as the drizzle intensifies a little bit, Brad.
It does a little bit. So what we thought we'd do is then bring the commentary in. So we've got the 3 packages now. We can live stream it out. We film it with several cameras with the slow-mos that you've seen, and we bring some commentary in as well as, again, Gardner. Rag, he won't take one as Spicer picks that up. And I think that if we get that marriage right, there's some companies that are doing it without one of those aspects. There's no slow-mo replays, or there's no live stream, or there's no commentary, and they're just filming it as, again, Gardner and swinging a miss.
But we see lots of cricket clubs now with the frog box.
Yes.
And it has its purpose.
Yeah.
It has its place when there's a game on, and but we were talking through the week that we were watching some games on the frog box last week, and guys at club level don't necessarily know how to set it up properly. The stream doesn't work. The camera angle's no good. You can only see the pitch.
Go through for 4 there off the big fella.
Have a look at that great shot that Michael's just picked up of the fielder coming down and collecting that ball. Like it's so much more complete.
Yeah.
Like
it is.
This broadcast is better than some of the stuff that you see on Premier Cricket or even some of the Sheffield Shield games that aren't broadcast. They've just got one camera at each end. Yeah.
And you've got to bring them all together, I agree. And that rain is getting heavier as Gardner to Rag just plays it straight back. And it happens with sponsors. These things don't happen without the sponsors, and because these things cost money. As you've seen, the first thing you said to me when you got here today, you could not believe the setup.
It's impressive. I genuinely feel like I'm working in Channel 9 or Channel 7 today.
So it does cost money.
It does cost money.
So Darren, Lisa and the team out at Victorian First Aid Services and Training, to you guys, thanks very much. And the SJD Law team, Stu and everyone out there, and Mario and all his team out at the Grande Quality Cut Butchers at Drouin, Rick at Bowens and Warragul, and China and Bingham Fencing and Farm Supplies, Michael at Bunya by GA, Liam and Jack out at the Gippy Shed Constructions, Warragul, Brad at Bradbury Plumbing.
I think
Thank you.
Bradbury might have played in the twos for Ellinbank last week. Took a forfer.
Oh,
Bradbury.
Really?
That wasn't last week, it was the week before, but I
Okay.
did see him on the Play Cricket app there, sneak into the wickets at one point. So congratulations, Nutsy.
Simon Gardner, change a bowler down from the Sports Stream Live end now to Campbell. Just lets that go through to the keeper.
I just think an opportunity like this for clubs, you might only do it once or twice a year for cricket, but it gives you sponsors great exposure.
Yeah.
Get a commentary team to come in and talk about the game, and it just makes it so much more exciting. Like, even when you're watching footy games that are being cast with no commentary, it's boring.
Yeah.
It's boring. Like, I know James Warragul and his crew were set up in the shed down there today on the cans watching the game, so shout out to those boys.
Actually, while you do that, we might say that if anyone is watching and has a question or anything that they would like to put through, and we can put it to air, 0477 199 222. Send us a text. That's 0477 199 222. Send us a text or a cheerio to anyone, or a question that you might have, Nick, about his triple hat-trick, 8 for 15 back in 2017.
Or this
6 bowl.
Or this floral shirt I'm wearing, Brad.
Oh, we'll have to get that on camera at some stage of the day. That's one of the best Hawaiian shirts I've ever seen. So, yeah, it's going to be a good year. Looking forward to it, working with some real professional people, as Simon Gardner in again and swinging a miss from the big fella Campbell.
I did see a couple of games that Michael had done over the last couple of years in live stream, and the multi-camera facet of broadcasting country footy just changes the whole thing, doesn't it? It's not just the ball's in the far forward pocket, you can't see what's going on down there. The cut between the two shots and all of that just enhances the product, and enhances the competition, it enhances the club's playing. It's all positive. I can't see any negatives. And when you get these sponsors on board to help cover the costs and whatnot, so they get a bit of exposure, I don't think it's going to work out too expensive for clubs.
No, well, it doesn't. It doesn't. And I'm a big believer in some clubs and leagues are taking money from sponsors. Give them something back. Give them some exposure. Let's remember the technology today. You could be in Hong Kong watching this right now as Gardner again into Campbell, swinging a miss straight through the keeper. It's a bit like Groundhog Day.
Well, of course, last year we got Michael and Stefan to broadcast our game against Garfield when all of our old Rusties were over in Bali playing in the over 35s championship, and they got it up in a bar in Bali, and ended up with not only our guys watching it, but also many of the other competitors that were in the tournament would have rather sat down and watched a good game of country footy as opposed to a random game of AFL that was on, and just created a really good atmosphere and a good chance for the guys at our club to get to know guys from other clubs, because they're asking questions about our competition, who the players are, who to watch, and all of those sorts of things. So literally the ability to stream this stuff to people's unmeasurable. You've always got people from your club that relocate, people that have put in years and years of work, and they wish nothing more than to be able to sit at home, out on the patio, watch a game of their local club. Something like this, if you get it up and running, ideal for that.
Some people just can't get to their local sport at times, whether that be through illness or work or whatever. And I remember back in 2019 we did the West Gippsland competition live streamed, and Coralline were playing Phillip Island in that grand final. And the Coralline had a couple of brothers playing, and their grandfather was very, very ill. Great shot, but finds the fieldsman, no run to Ellinbank there. Was very ill in a nursing home, and he couldn't get out there. He sat back in the nursing home. They had it up on the big TV. Everyone got around it and watched. That's why I love doing it, and they're the reasons I do it. The last couple of years I've been doing radio, but live stream's a whole other thing, and I think it's the future. People like that in a nursing home that can't get to the game and see their grandkids play.
That's right.
Sport. How good is that?
Well, for many years we've been able to listen to Match of the Day on different radio stations for different competitions and things, haven't we? But being able to add the visual, changes everything completely.
I'm with you. Rag behind square, just for the single.
And I mean, even just having someone come and film your games and do those things, like the highlight package of our goals of the year that Michael put together for us from the games that he filmed.
Yeah.
Memorable forever, and those guys can save that link and be down the pub and show their mates. So have a look at this goal I kicked from the pocket in 5 years' time.
There's one guy that stands out that I'm thinking of that might wear number 1 down there that would have been in a half a dozen of them, or does he wear 2?
Two.
Yeah, he would have been in a few of those goal of the day.
He was in a few of them. Yeah, he's
Ripper player.
A bit of a live wire, isn't he?
Oh, you got a good future. And you got some good kids coming through that club.
Yeah, plenty of good kids coming through. We're really excited by some of the guys that are going to be graduating now. And as you said before, like the Gippsland Power Program and those sorts of things, there's a few kids that will be running around in the different age groups of there, boys and girls. It's a really exciting time. And that's the best part about community footy is watching young guys grow up, graduate out of the juniors, and whether that's just to play 150, 200 games for your club in the seniors or reserves, doesn't matter, or go on to play state league footy, or even hopefully potentially some of them into got the chief out, Will Sutherland.
Oh.
So even just the ability for those guys to go and play with and against those guys and take wickets or make runs against them is an exciting opportunity. Obviously, Wilson got that opportunity to go up as a marquee player through the back end of our footy season as well, up to Queensland to play Premier Cricket, which was a great opportunity for him. I think he ended up leading the Wickets up there. But there's been some kids that have had stellar careers, like Devon Pollock from Yarragon. I think he notched up his 100th game in Casey's first the other day.
Okay.
Premier Cricket. Jordan Wyatt put together a pretty good career, smashing hundreds now down for South Springvale. There's been lots of guys that have gone through that pathway and got pretty close, but it's obviously a lot harder. There's only 11 spots on a weekend for Victoria, isn't there? As opposed to 500 spots on a footy list.
Yeah, it makes it hard.
It just shows like how elite you really need to be. You watch some of the guys that play around here and in the 2020 comms through COVID, we had some really good players coming to this competition to play some games, and you look at them and you're like, well, if they're not making it, how good do you actually have to be?
Simon Gardner into Campbell, short, but it just goes back. Another sponsor that makes these things happen, Lilyfield Estate out at Warragul. Find your freedom, love that. Catch cry they have, find your freedom. Lillico Road, Warragul Estate. 60 acres of open space, 1,000 plus residential lots, 268 acres of total area. Lot size is up to 800 square metres, and there's up to 2,500 residents in that area. As Gardner in again. Edge goes up in the air, dives forward, takes the catch.
Great catch.
And Campbell is gone. It's a very good catch. Did well. Was it Ben Spicer? Not too sure.
I wouldn't have thought so.
No, it wasn't. It was a very good catch in the end. So that rain has got heavier. So if you were Ellinbank right now, Nick, you might pray for a bit more heavier rain, would you?
Praying for a bit more rain. I think
5 for 80.
Wash her out and get everyone into the Ladies' Day function, Brad.
Yes, well, that's the thing. That gets underway. Well, that is underway as we speak, isn't it? That's 20 minutes.
20 minutes.
Officially underway. But
we do see some frocks arriving down there in the far pocket.
Yes.
If we did get washed out, Brad, we might have to go into like a roaming Brian type arrangement through the function.
We might have to do that. We might have to do that. So that was the big fella, Adam Campbell, gone caught off the bowling of Simon Gardner at the end of the over. And it'll be Trevor from the other end. And the incoming batsman,
Jeremy Gray,
who was your personal drinks man here today.
The waiter.
But it'll be Rag on strike. Just ducks that backward to square to Lehman. He takes it clean, he throws it in, they get the single. So, caught Cam. It was a good catch diving forward, wasn't it?
A beautiful catch.
Because there's a time there when you're coming forward, am I going to dive for this or am I going to let it bounce?
You've got to make that decision early. You've got to commit or commit or just be waiting for it on the bounce. But he committed early, got his hands under it beautifully. Have a look at another replay of it here.
See if you can see who that was.
Tried to hit it through mid-off, just sliced it away.
It's a really good catch. Look at that. Low to the ground. That is a brilliant catch.
Great catch.
Just couldn't see the number. I reckon it could have been
Saul? Jared Saul.
Yeah, I think you might be right, you know. I know who it is when I'm looking at, so I will keep my eye on as soon as he does turn around. But, yeah, that was a very good catch. So they're in trouble at 6 for 81, Ellinbank. They started off quite well, but just no one's been able to go on.
They had a couple of starts from the top order, but you're right, that we haven't quite had anyone stamp their authority on the game. Jeremy Gray's just punched that through mid-off.
Hasn't he? That's a beautiful shot.
But it's pulled up in the 110 mil of rain out there and thrown back to the bowler for 2.
So he gets 2. Yep, straight back down. Really nice shot for 2.
Some more outtakes for the B-roll. All right, we've got a special guest joining us now in the commentary box. Don Harley from Sky Racing. How are you, mate?
Special very loosely, I reckon, Nick. No, I'm fantastic, mate. It's great to be here. It's both a pleasure and a privilege.
Welcome aboard. You're here for the Ladies' Day function, mate. Is that?
No, I'm here for the cricket, but secondarily they told me that there might have been a function on for the ladies this afternoon. So, no, it's been awesome to come down. As you know, I used to live in these parts only a couple of k's down the road, so it's fantastic to get back and fantastic to see some good quality cricket.
Essentially a local to the Ellinbank region.
Do you know what I actually was? I drove past Old Murdy Road, which used to be, as you well know, that was where I parked up for a little while during a short stint in the Gippsland region, and it's scary to think that was 4 years ago, to be honest.
That's gone very quick, hasn't it?
Hasn't it?
We've had a pandemic in the middle of all of that.
We have indeed. We've had plenty going on, and time flies when you're having fun, I suppose. So 4 years, but no, it's wonderful to get back. It's a beautiful part of the world. I've often told people that, and only coming back down here, I mean, the houses and whatnot have tripled since I last came down here. It's frightening.
Some of those Warragul, Curramborough Road, some of those houses as you drive out of Warragul.
Absolutely.
Very, very impressive real estate.
Isn't it? What? So, no, it's beautiful. And you guys are doing a fantastic job. You know, I know, Nick, obviously you're heavily involved in all the sport that goes on here in the sort of Ellinbank, Gippsland, Warragul region with the footy and the cricket. So, mate, it's a very commendable job that you're doing.
Oh, thank you, mate.
Gardner into Gray, just back behind it for defensive push.
What's your take on the position of the game at the moment, Don? We've been chatting up here a little bit. Interested to see your take on the potential outcome from here for Ellinbank.
Yeah, well, 6 for 85. Those couple of wickets that fell in relatively quick succession haven't helped. I think the bowling has sort of really tightened up. It's difficult to find runs this last couple of overs. So I think the loss of Kurt, who was unfortunately the victim of a runner and a bit of a mix-up, wasn't ideal. And hopefully the guys can stick together and just bat out a couple of overs and steady the ship.
I think they need to try and get to 120, Brad. I think they need to just consolidate here for another 3 or 4 overs and then have that 8 or 9 up your sleeve and just have a good go at it.
And the two brothers have bowled well, the two Gardner boys, Simon and Trevor.
Yeah, really stingy.
Simon in. Oh, comes forward, does Gray and slips over, but he got a full bit of it and it's going to go all the way. Over mid-wicket. He slipped on the pitch, one leg down, as you'll see now in that replay.
That came from absolutely nowhere, that shot.
It was a big hit.
He's walked at him,
Yep.
and he's overbalanced. I think he's a bit top-heavy.
Well, I think that's where you can find opportunity. When you have a couple of wickets fall in quick succession, the field comes in, it can start to build a bit of pressure, but the good part is you've obviously got some free space in the outfield there, and to go over the top and find the boundary is exactly what the doctor ordered. So,
interestingly enough, at 6 for 89, that one shot has brought on a field change. Straight away, we've got a deep mid on now.
As he comes in again to Gray and just Defensive shot, no run.
Not sure. 6 for 89. If I'm dropping some guys back on the boundary straight away after one stroke, Brad.
No.
The pressure's high for the batsman.
Keep your foot on their throat.
There's just a nice big opening now here through mid-on just to work a single for anything that might stray towards middle and leg.
And Gray he got himself 11 last week. Bowled quite well, 2 for 42 off 8 against Western Park. Their loss.
He's had an outstanding couple of years with the ball, really, Jeremy, hasn't he? He's just very measly off-spin darts, and just for some reason they don't really spin, but he just manages to bamboozle people week in, week out. With
11 wickets at 11 this year.
Yeah.
Gray, Gardner in 2, Gray in behind it. He'll take the single, runs well, and they get that single. We'll get him on to 6 for 90 at the end of
I think it
29th.
might have been season before last. Jeremy actually topped the competition for wickets.
Oh. Okay, so Dom, we got a tip today?
Well, I'm hoping so. In between overs, it'd be most appropriate, wouldn't it? Look, of course, it's a huge day in racing, which is fantastic. We've not only got 10 race card at Flemington, which should have got underway. Otago was the best backed in the tab book across the 10 races there. That was race number 3, so that seems to be a good thing. In the Group 3, a little later on in the program at Flemington, Sharippa was all the rage, about $1.90, so a little short, but you could always multi those together. Really liked Great Britain, who off the top of my head goes around in race number 9. I think that's a race that maps well for Great Britain. And, of course, we've got the Magic Millions up there at the Gold Coast.
Yes, got a tip in that one, actually.
I do. Well, I'm with Highness. Whether I'd call it a tip, certainly as far as the 2-year-old classic is concerned, I'm with Highness, who probably about $6, possibly even shorter now that Parkour for the Godolphin stable got scratched this morning. But Highness is with me. I think the barrier works out well for Highness, and it's a bit more value than Stormboy, who's a little short.
I got a tip for Bossed Up. Do you know much about it?
Bossed Up? No.
Where
have I said?
Magic Millions?
Up there at the Gold Coast?
Yeah, number 14. Craig Williams is on board.
Okay.
Paying $5.50.
Well,
so I got that tip this morning from a guy. I will say his name, Charlie Salerno. He's based up on the Gold Coast, trainer. He knows his...
Shout out to Charlie. He'll be tuning in.
Shout out to Charlie. He'd be about 14 drinks in by now. He'd probably be asleep on the couch. Okay, so there's a couple of tips there. That's full toss. Gets out over.
Cleared the infield.
Yep. And is that going to go all the way? No, they'll pull that up inside. And so they'll go on to 6 for 92.
It's a nice little counter-attack here.
It is. It is, and
6 for 70. Is that where we were?
Yes.
Yeah. So they've added 20. They can keep going like this for the next 10, 12 overs. They'll be pretty happy with that, I think.
Trevor Gardner to rag. Oh, that's not out. I reckon he might have got an under edge. I thought he didn't. He's got an under edge on that. We'll have a look at the replay when it comes up. But I reckon if he hadn't got that under edge, he was in trouble.
That one there just didn't seem to rise off the wicket again.
No, that's right.
It seemed to stay low again.
And that's what Nick Fairbank tried to do, pull that shot that stayed low, and Rag did the same as, again, Gardner comes in and he's in behind that one, Rag.
Now, the listeners that haven't got the opportunity to be in the vicinity of the area, of course, the rain's coming down with relative... Consistency and velocity. For those that play a lot more cricket than I do, obviously the ball skids on a little bit with that wet deck. Does that make it more difficult to sort of play your shots?
I think so. It does. But it also, not so much in the white ball cricket, you start to eliminate the seam on the ball and the ability for it to swing. Might be starting to get a little bit skiddy. I would have thought, oh, here we go. Have a look at this. We haven't got the...
weather map.
We've got the radar up. Jeez.
There's a bit coming in.
There's a bit coming in.
I didn't think that we'd get hit with rain today, but
no, I thought
looks like there might be a bit. And I'll tell you what, it doesn't miss you in Gippsland.
It doesn't miss you in Ellinbank. 110 mil over the week. Didn't even know it rained, bro.
Yeah, exactly right. 6 for 93 off 30, Ellinbank.
Now, it's a wonderful setup that we've got going in here in the commentary box. We'd be one step away from having a DRS system available,
yes.
I thought, such as the technology that's going on here. We've got screens, we've got cords, we've got cameras. It's fantastic. You guys have done a fantastic job.
Yes, we're looking forward to the next broadcast, Stump Cam.
I hope so.
Yes. Simon Gardner comes in again. So they're 6 for 93. They've made some sort of comeback here. I think there's just quickly off head. I reckon it's a partnership of about 23.
It's a good little counter attack. Jeremy Gray's obviously been pretty intent on ticking the scoreboard over, and then he's got Cambo at the other end, Rag at the other end that's just helping him work the areas. Jeremy Gray flicks that off his pad. That's going to go for 4 as well. Yeah.
Yep.
That's 4 more. So this has been a really productive period here for Ellinbank.
Just a little too straight with that one. He's got a short cover and a bit of a deeper cover. He's got plenty of coverage over that side, but that ball just a bit too straight on the pads and nicely clipped away.
Yeah, it was a beautiful shot. That's been a bit of a constant today, Brad.
It has. Down that leg side.
Yeah, a lot strained down the leg side, and I think with how the captain's been setting these fields, I don't think he'll be too happy with his bowlers when they get back in the change rooms there at the end of the innings.
So again, Simon Gardner into Gray. Pushes that down through gully, but straight to the fields on no run. So you in Melbourne these days, Don?
I am. So Sky Racing obviously have our studio up in Sydney. So originally I spent a little bit of time up there based out of their studio, and the opportunity came relatively recently to come and take up a position down here in Melbourne. So it's nice to be back. I mean, I haven't seen the sun since I've been back, but...
Opens his shoulders. Jeremy Gray, but it's straight to a fieldsman, and he takes the catch.
Yes, well, that's how he plays, isn't it? It's high risk, high reward, and that time no reward.
Yeah.
It's just a constant flow of wickets today. It's just every time it feels like they just start to wrestle a little bit of momentum, we lose a wicket.
So that was Jared Saw that took that catch.
And he's disappointed as well as he comes off. I mean, it was a loose shot that probably didn't need to happen. He almost probably tried to copy what he did a couple of balls ago and whip it off his pads into that gap, but straight up in the air, and then the man catches him at deep square leg.
6 for 97 now off the 30. I mean, there's 10 overs left, 60 balls. Can go a 3 and over, 4 and over here and still just get to that 130, 140. It's a competitive total without too much risk. I think around that mark makes 120 plus. I think will put Ellinbank in the game. We saw last time around they bowled them out for 80 last year.
So I'm just struggling to find out who that is come in to replace Pandolfo. Gray. So we've got Rag at the non-strikers then. It's either Logan Joyce or Nate Murphy, I think.
Just missed him walking out there, and I couldn't quite see who it is. And now they're in the middle, and it's miles away.
So 7 for 97. So it's Nate Murphy that's come in for Jeremy Gray. Another left-hander, I always like that.
He's a good size too.
He is, isn't he?
Nice size. Just got some feedback. It's raining quite heavily in Melbourne, and of course, when we had a look at that Bureau of Meteorology screenshot there with the radar before, that's where the weather's coming from. So, interesting times.
It's always raining in Melbourne.
It's always raining in Melbourne and always raining in Ellinbank.
Yeah, it never misses
Melbourne. And Jindervik.
Yes.
One of the wetter places on earth.
The drive from here to Currumborough is one of the best drives you'll ever do in your life.
Isn't it beautiful?
Oh, the green hills and It's just beautiful.
It's beautiful. Just beware of the wombats, as I was told very early on in my stay in Gippsland, and I thought that was a joke. And sure enough, there's no shortage of them.
They're big, as
Aren't they?
finds the edge of Rag. Does Trevor Gardner. They'll get 2. Gee, Murphy was wanting 3 there for a minute. So that...
Got to go slightly off topic, Brad. It's not going to affect any of the broadcast sponsors, but I saw on your Facebook page the other day a pie from Missing Links. And I know you're a big pie man.
Wow. If that's not the greatest pie I've had, Missing Link in, I think, I've forgotten the street in Traralgon. Oh, just leans back on that rag and he's going to go all the way. He does, I reckon. No, he's kept it in. Did very well in the end. That was the captain, Damon Healy.
Of course, on the at state level international cricket, we're going to the replay for 3 minutes there to figure out if that was 4 or not.
Yeah. Yes.
Did they?
Yes.
Did he?
There it is. There.
Did his foot touch the Toblerone? Is what the question is.
He's kept that in. He's done really well.
Done really well.
Yeah.
Avoided the imaginary Toblerone.
Yeah. Missing Link Burgers in Traralgon.
I know they do a mean burger. I've been in there for a burger before. They're pretty outrageous hamburgers, Brad.
He's pies, and they do brisket and cheese. They do a bit of jalapeno. They do a bit. There's a cheeseburger pie. I haven't tried that yet, but and I can really ill afford to be eating these things right now. But I'm doing it.
You're doing it.
I'm driving from anywhere I can be in Melbourne out to Traralgon to get these things. They're brilliant. As again comes in, Rag just defensively pushes that down through gully and.
One thing about you, Brad, if you're committed to something, you're committed to it.
Oh, that's
a good pie.
Yes, I'll drive anywhere.
Man will travel.
I tell you what, I found a great pie shop in Foster, Tuncurry, in New South Wales.
There you go. Shout out to the good people at Tuncurry.
Magnificent part of the world that is,
Isn't
Don.
it? We'd have a few listeners joining us from Tuncurry this afternoon to shout out. Shout out if you're from that part of the world.
Yes, it is a great part of the world. And
good racetrack too.
All the way to the boundary.
Gallops.
Rag, he's batted well.
Gallops.
Yeah,
Gallops. Good people at Tuncurry. Right, so there was a good...
Put that down.
I think it's one of those ones, at that pace, it sticks or it doesn't. There's the rain radar
looks
coming
like
through.
Got a bit of that heavier blue and a bit of that aqua stuff coming through there.
There's might have been a few knives there I've seen in the Frankston area that on that radar coming through as well. Darren Leeser and the team at Victorian First Aid Services and Training, thanks very much for today. Get on to their website, victorianfirstaid.com.au. Give them a call, 0488 405 605. And Stu and the team out at SJD Law, they're offering, if you're after a will in the month of February and March, you will get $100 donated to your local cricket club of your choice.
That's some deal.
It is
some deal.
They're in Warragul, Drouin and Traralgon. So the boys and girls out at Stu and the team, all of you out at SJD Law, because you've got an office in Traralgon, get into that burger joint. What's it called again? I forgot the name of it.
Missing Link.
Missing Link. And get yourself a pie. It's the end of the over. 32 overs gone.
It's quite a weird thing to roll off the tongue, isn't it? Get into the burger joint and get a pie.
I know. He's been experimenting, playing around, and that's why he's doing it. And I'll tell you what, he's done well.
Previously partaken in some pretty outrageous cookie dough type dessert arrangements from there.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, so you know the place very well.
I know the place very well.
What's the name of this? Franklin Street. There
Franklin Street. Back when I was working in Traralgon, Brad, we actually, before he had his shop, we actually used to order our Friday lunches from him, and he used to do them on his barbecue at home.
Oh, really?
Yeah, then grew it into a shop front. So
it's a great spot.
I think for the guys in and around the Warragul area that might be watching, you can find him out at the Lardner's Produce Market at time to time. He slings his cheeseburgers out there.
Oh, he skied that up in the air. Did Nate Murphy, but that fell between two.
That's about the third ball today that's landed between those three fielders.
So, Nick, just having a look at this field setting here, is the Drouin skipper just looking to conserve runs, or are they looking to take a wicket? It's a pretty tight field.
It's a good question, Don, because earlier, after Jeremy Gray hit that boundary, we instantly spread the field. So I think that maybe the position of the game they're in now, they're just looking to conserve runs more than trying to bowl them out. Because I just think that it's not a super attacking. It's not
Risky
a super
run.
attacking field for where it was. That probably would have hit the stumps if it didn't hit it.
Very smart running, I would have thought, by Rag. Just run up the middle of the pitch, and if he's going to hit the wickets, he's going to hit you.
Yeah.
That's a sacrifice that he's made, and as you see there, very, very well
good.
done.
The perfect block, and now he's got a corked glute.
He would have too. Don't forget our friends Liam and Jack out at the Gippy Shed Constructions out at Warragul. They cover all areas, western, south, Gippsland, and everywhere in between. They're in Phoenix Street, Warragul. Give them a call, Liam or Jack, 0448 353 055 or 0422 414 552. You'll find them on Facebook. You find everything. That's how I found Missing Link Burgers.
I've just had a flick through to the Nearham scores, and Liam and Jack actually opened the batting together today.
Are you serious?
In the Division 2 game. Jack dismissed for 36 off 63, and Liam 19 off 59. So they put their Nearham in a pretty good position there to start the game. 2 for 103 they are against Trafalgar.
Wow. Simon Gardner comes in. Nate Murphy plays it forward to cover. No run.
Which, of course, is a big game in the Division 2 side of things. That's second versus fourth. A huge opportunity for Nearham to consolidate their spot in the 4 if they can get a win over Trafalgar.
So we've got through 33 overs. Is it? Or 32? 33. 7 for 109. It's a fair sort of comeback, isn't it, really?
I think they've consolidated pretty well.
6 for 70.
I think Warragul have lost a couple of wickets there and that around the ground. 6 for 118. It is really raining now.
It is. So, Don, were you a racing man before this job, or did you?
I was not. I was formerly, very much an AFL man. That was very much my first love, and that's what brought me to the Gippsland area originally. I was working at AFL Gippsland for a time, which kept me very busy. Very busy.
Yes.
Busier than I would have liked.
Always something going on there.
Yeah, absolutely. So no, very much an AFL man, and I might know that in the time it was cool. I think we had Collingwood and Carlton come and play at Morwell during that stint, which was exciting for the locals. And I think we had Collingwood come out and do a community camp in bits and pieces, and Hawthorn do all their things. So no, very much enjoyed my time, and then the AFL sent me up to Mildura, and COVID hit, which was just a great time to be working at the AFL and community sport when COVID hit. So that's sort of the pathway that I had, and then an opportunity came up as a television presenter with Sky Racing, and I thought, I've got Buckley's chance of getting this job, and I applied for it, forgot about it, and 3 months later they called and said, "Are you still interested?" Now, might I add, when you get a call from somebody at Tabcorp, I thought I'd won the lotto. So when they said that they wanted to discuss my resume, I was a little bit disappointed.
Lehman to Rag all the way along the ground. I get one.
No ball.
That. No ball. Oh, okay.
A front foot, no ball. And the bowler is fuming about it. He probably hasn't bowled one for 20 years. I'm not sure. But he's not happy about it, is he?
So who do you follow then in the AFL?
Well, I'm an Eagle. Very much an Eagle. I'm a soft spot for the GWS Giants.
Yep.
And I've been told I need to pick up a Victorian team. And I'm probably leaning towards the Tigers a little bit.
Ooh, Nickel like that.
Yeah, just because I spent a bit of time lurking around there. There's a couple of coffee shops I like in Richmond that I frequent. So Richmond probably makes a bit of sense, but it's just my luck that I'd be jumping aboard on the downturn.
A sinking
rather than
ship.
the upturn.
Yeah,
sinking ship.
That's exactly right. So,
let's get on Carlton. They look like the Guilds.
well, they've been looking the goods for 4 or 5 years, haven't they? I feel like we have the same conversation every pre-season.
Free hit to Murphy, goes for the swing, but doesn't connect to the Lehman ball.
That wicket is starting to skid.
It is, yeah.
That one did not get up at all.
Yep. I know it doesn't really matter. It's not a turf wicket, but, geez, I think it's better to bat on this first with that rain that's come in now. At least you got the early drier, as you say, because that is skidding through, and you would think that Nick Fairbank might cause a little bit of trouble out there when he goes out to bowl.
Yeah, even Jeremy Gray with his offie darts, I just can't see him getting the bounce. And that manages to catch a lot of people out. He's not a tall man in stature, so he normally skids the ball through to start with. So there could be a little bit more there for him on the Astro, extracting a bit of skid. But
Lehman to Murphy. Just tucks that behind. Short fine leg, and the keeper takes it, just the one run.
Boys, these free hits, they're still a relatively new concept. I can appreciate they've been in sort of for 10 years or so at top levels. But if you're a bowler and you're bowling yourself a ball that's a free hit, are you aiming to sort of pitch up and wide, a sort of a Yorker type scenario? What's the tactics there, Nick?
Oh, I think you just look at the Big Bash. That wide Yorker outside off's the go, isn't it? Try and aim for the tram tracks, as they say. There we go. We've just dropped a chord. I think wide outside off the tram track area. That's probably the most least hittable sort of area.
Yep.
No.
There we go. We're back.
Just reminded, when I moved down to Gippsland a couple of years ago, there was a young bloke out here who took something like 6 for 9 off as many overs.
Really?
I know a guy that took 8 for 15. He's told us all about it today. Don't worry about that. We've heard that about 8 times.
Was it 8 for 15? I might be thinking of the same bloke.
Yeah, he's given it a good run today, and 6 of them were bowled on.
Well, if I may tell a story about how I crossed paths with Nick Gooden, it was at the bank one night, and I'd strolled in there after an afternoon somewhere. Where's the big function centre out here? The
Sporties, wasn't it, back in the day?
Something like that. Warwick Kappa was doing
gee.
Which was
the Greyhound Club or the Gold? Lardner Park.
Lardner Park. So I'd been out at Lardner Park as the bowler comes in to bowl another.
Lehman, it's Murphy, and
Lardner Park after an afternoon with Warwick Kappa, which in itself, mind you, is an experience. And then I found myself at the bank, as one new to Warragul does, and I ran into one Nick Gooden, and the first story he told me was about the 8 for... What did we go with? 8 for 15.
Yeah. Off
however many balls. He led with that story.
Oh, yes, he gets him into a few bars.
G'day, mate. Welcome to the town. You need to hear
Do you
this.
know I did? That's exactly how I remember it going.
Speaking of Warwick Kappa, I played with Warwick at the Swans under-19s back in 82.
Okay.
And we used to catch the cab in to training. We got a cab charge. There was Warwick, myself, Gary Fringalis at times. There was Silvio Vicini might have been in the cab a couple of times, and Brendan Pole, I think. Anyway, Warwick would say to the cabbie, take us to McDonald. No, he'd say it like this. Take us to Macca's on the way home, and we'll put a little bit more on the cab charge. All right? Warwick Kappa! And, we'd eat about 3 Big Macs each, and he'd throw $50 on the cab charge. And Greg Miller was the footy operations manager at the time. And he got onto it. So we're going to go off for this rain delay. He got onto it, old Mumbles Miller, and he said, what's been going on here? Cabbo, straight away, as quick as lightning. Blame me.
I do. Last night, Steve O'Keefe, man of the match at the Big Bash, was talking about Dave Warner's arrival at the Sydney Slam via helicopter.
Wasn't that something?
Yeah, it was. It was something. You'd arrive when the crowd's there, wouldn't you? Like,
yeah.
He got there, surely he had enough time. He got there nearly 3 hours before the game started. Just drive.
But it wasn't for the fanfare, was it? It was by necessity to attend the wedding, or was it for the fanfare?
Column A, column B, I think.
So we've got a rain delay, 7 for 113. We've got through 34 overs. And how long do you stay off, Nick? I mean, is that heavier than what it has been? I mean...
Yeah, that's the peak. That's the peak of its heaviest downpour so far now.
So with this AstroTurf, Nick, with the rain getting heavier and heavier, and I know I asked the question a little bit earlier on, but now it is teeming down to the point where are we starting to see an effect on the ball bouncing now, and is it starting to get to the point where it's almost unplayable, or?
It'll never become unplayable, but it'll be skiddy. It'll be skiddy for sure. The outfield's going to thicken up even more. So runs that have been hard to come by will be even more hard to come by while this water settles on the outfield.
And I guess that's then the next question is, what impact, if any, is this going to have on the run chase later on during the day? If this rain continues to come down, is it going to be harder to score than what it has been for Ellinbank so far?
I think so. I think it'll be definitely harder to bat. It'll be harder to score. Having a look at the radar, there's a big band of rain sort of coming across, so we need that to move across. Drouin batting second in a potential rain delay. It does that advantage them because they know what they've got to set. They're going to have.
Well, look at that rain band.
Potentially a revised total. You're right, Don. There's lots of things under potential factor here. for the second half of this game.
So how long is the rain delay? How long does the rain delay take before they look at the umpires and say, okay, we've got to change now and look at an over rate, an over number that we're going to play?
It's been a little while since I played the WDCA, but back when I was playing, the law was, I think it was 15 minutes. You don't lose any time.
Okay.
And then you then lose for every 3 minutes an over.
Okay, it's 2:12 at the moment. We've been off for 2 minutes.
There might be slightly different rules in A grade. We do have Sean and one of the umpires out on the ground now having a look around. Not sure why, because it's still raining.
It's as heavy as it was when they walked off. If you're Nick Fairbank and the Ellinbank team, are you praying for this to get heavier right now? At 7 for 113?
No.
No?
No. I still think that with 6 overs to go, 3 wickets in the shed, they've still got a really good
chance
ability to get to 140 plus.
Yep. And batting second with that slicky, wet track.
I think, I think that 140 would be an okay score.
Okay.
As we said earlier, we're probably looking at, ideally for that 150, 160.
Yep.
But 140, super defendable. Super defendable.
Just out of camera angle, our camera shot actually over the other side of the ground. Our great cameraman, Mick Robinson, has had to go over the other side and pull the other camera down with the rain coming in. There's not much that these guys can't do. It's pretty quick.
He's very efficient.
Left us on air. And
now, Nick, with this rain teaming down, it's Ladies' Day here at Ellinbank. What have we got to look forward to this afternoon?
Well, we've got the guest speaker, Hayley Messenger, coming in.
Okay. What's Hayley's background?
Hayley's a doctor.
Yep.
Hayley was actually our obstetrician for young Harry. So when we saw her name on the billing for today, we were pretty excited to see her because obviously when Sarah had Harry, it was a bit of a emergency delivery. So
of course,
unfortunately,
a new father. Congratulations.
Yes. Thank you, Don.
Now is Harry showing a bit? Left foot, right
left
arm over.
Left foot. He looks really long.
Left foot, you reckon?
I reckon, yeah. I'm starting to throw the footy at him, and he's starting to get his left foot going a little bit. He's only 14 weeks old, so...
Now, you're a big fan of Dusty Martin, so what age will Harry get his tats? 3 or 4?
Yeah, whenever, as soon as possible. as soon as possible, so...
Yeah, the Gooden family crest. We saw Gucci rolling around somewhere.
Gucci's, I can see him from here. I can see the back of his head.
Is he in it Ladies' Day, is he?
He'll be in it Ladies' Day.
Oh, yeah, good on him.
Good on him. One thing that man likes, it's a grazing platter.
It's a happy hour between 3 and 4, so the rain's coming at a good time because in 45 minutes you can go and get half-price beer and wine and $4 spirits, and I reckon by between 3 and 4 we won't have Nick Gooden on air just as a tip.
No, that's exactly right, and some of the ladies are rolling up now, and it's all happening down here. It's all happening. So lunch, Nick, is obviously part of a ticket. Can you still buy tickets, or tickets are sold out?
Still available.
Still some tickets available at the door.
Fantastic. And how do you buy? You can buy them at the door?
Buy them at the door.
Fantastic.
Yep. Seventh Winter, who were they?
They played at a previous Ladies' Day here. They're a really good duo.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so they're good fun.
It's all to raise money too. Australian Gynecological, say that.
Gynecological
Cancer Foundation. Which is great.
A great cause. Yeah.
And they did have, I will mention while we're on that, I have got some information that they have had some really generous things come forward on the Ladies' Day. There's mini hampers from Changing Sessions Gifts in Warragul. There's $30 voucher of choice of dried fresh arrangements out at the Willow branch. There's a couple of $50 Intimo vouchers from Jemima Page Fit Me Stylist. There's a lot of stuff there. We'll go through those. The $50 voucher from the Drouin Hotel. So here's a big one. $600 family season voucher.
Not Gumbaya World. Say Gumbaya World. Is it Gumbaya World?
No, it's Caitlin Frecklington Photography.
Even better.
That's a great prize, isn't it?
Isn't it?
Absolutely.
There's some mum and dad and baby photos there, Nick.
Yes, absolutely.
What else have we got? 4 players with carts for the Drouin Golf Club.
That's the one, Brad.
Is it?
That's the one that we're looking for.
That's
the one we're looking for.
Well, hold on. There's a couple of slabs here.
That's the one we're looking for. Of course, last year I walked out with a candle pack, which was quite nice.
Sarah would have loved that. I hope that was gifted to your lovely bride to be.
I think it was left in the taxi, but
now we've been having a listen to Kerry O'Keefe and some of his stories, Don, throughout the day, I just want to play you this one. This is a classic. It's a couple of minutes, and we've got a couple of minutes.
Yep.
Kerry O'Keefe and his pub story in Pakistan.
Here we go.
And it's an absolute classic.
I like to play in Pakistan. You know, I was 2.5 years out of the Australian Test team from 1974 to 1976. And then I got picked to play Pakistan in December. I was just over the moon because when you're in the wilderness, there's no worse place. And I didn't have a drink for 2 weeks. I thought, this is my chance. It's my fourth coming into this Australian team. I'm not going to butcher it. And I trained well the day before. And at lunchtime in Adelaide, Rod Marsh and Doug Walters said to me, we're just going to the West End Brewery for a tour and a couple off the tap. I said, I'll come for the tour. We caught a cab to West End. The general manager of West End came up and said, welcome to our brewery, boys. Tour? He said, Rod said, no, straight to the tap room, where we stayed for 9 hours. They carried me into the taxi at 2 a.m. back, put me in bed. I woke up, blood alcohol level 0.258. Got to the Adelaide Oval. Somebody said, gee, Skull's nervous, as I was chundering in the toilet. We won the toss and fielded.
Temperature?
48 degrees Celsius. I went to the gully and Jeff Thompson was going to bowl the quickest spell ever. He was going to get 7 for 30 against Pakistan and I was going to sleep for 2 days. What happened? After he got 2, little pop-up catch, ran into the bat pad, smashed his shoulder blade in 2. They all came in, who's going to bowl? And Rod Marsh said, what about Skull? And I was hiding behind the umpire. And they put me on. And in my second over, I bowled 2 wides. And they said, this job at Miendad's only 17, but he's going to get 10,000 test runs. And I said, he'll get 1,000 off me today. And he made a fatal mistake. He played for spin and middle stop went back. 1 for 2. And then in came Asif Iqbal, very good player. In my next over, I bowled 1 and it hit a pigeon. And it went from a full toss outside leg stump to off stump, and he nicked it. 2 for 2. And then I let one go, and it was halfway down the pitch, and Zahir Abbas said, I'm not letting this pie from this drunk go. So he ran across, it was going to be a wide, and he smashed it straight at Doug Walters in the covers. And he was picking his nose, and it hit him in the chin, the stomach, and he caught it. 3 for 3. And then I sobered up and finished with 3 for 42, and I'm going to the showers at the end of the day. And Doug says, having a beer? I said, no. He said, if you stay pissed, you'll get 5 for in the second inning.
Very, very good.
He's a ripper.
Isn't he white?
International cricket back then was just like country cricket, wasn't it?
Yes.
They just lived it up. Probably hope for washouts.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep. Cards and drink.
Do you know, that story reminds me, going a bit off topic, but obviously being a WA boy originally, I'm a big West Coast Eagles man. There was a great wingman at West Coast, Chris Mainwaring.
Oh, he was a ripper.
Who loved a Thursday night and a Friday night. And even a Saturday morning ahead of the Saturday afternoon game. And Mick Malthouse in the early 90s, 92, as West Coast were pushing for a flag, said, boys, I'm bringing in a team alcohol ban. You're all to be off it. Chris Mainwaring said, yep. And Mick looked him in the eye and said, Chris, this includes you. And he said, yes, Mick, I'm on board. Rolls out the next couple of weeks and, of course, barely touches the pill. And Mick pulls him aside and says, Roddo Manny, I want you back on the beers because you don't play as well without him. But that was very much sport back then. They went out and it was very social. I mean, there are people attached to the North Melbourne Football Club that say North Melbourne wouldn't have been as good as they were without having that sort of that drinking culture that unfortunately we don't see all that much anymore.
No, well, it was hard off and hard on. I was at St Kilda in the 80s and there weren't too many clubs that were harder off it. They weren't real good on it, but off it, there weren't too many harder clubs that went at it than St Kilda.
There you go.
Yeah, it's not around anymore, and it's probably a good thing. I call the culture, the footy culture now, the Gatorade culture, which is a good thing, to be quite honest.
Well, and I think with the professionalism and the kind of money that goes in, it's probably not the greatest look.
That's right. We all had jobs.
Yes.
You get to train at 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
Well, they're the days.
Yeah.
And fancy, I actually caught myself as having coffee in South Yarra this morning, and pulling up next to me was Marcus Stoinis.
Oh, okay.
Oh, big oily rig.
Now, I don't know Marcus personally, so I thought I wouldn't bother the great man, but I did catch myself thinking, you know, he's played certainly a lot of one-day cricket for Australia and T20. I don't know if has he cracked the Test team?
Oh,
yes. Yeah, he did overseas.
He's been over in New Zealand.
I think it might have been. I'm sure he's played one Test.
Anyway, so he's an international cricketer, and I just caught myself thinking, you know, if this was India, a cricketer of Marcus Stoinis's of his level would be mobbed. And we have a habit, particularly in Melbourne, of just leaving our sportsmen alone, and he could quite happily sit there and drink his coffee. And
apart from on King Street.
And away he went.
King Street.
Whereas, of course, you see those images over especially when the Aussies travel over to India, you know, the streets are packed and the police are out in force, and they love their cricket over there. But
I don't want to keep reverting back to this, Brad, but after my triple hat-trick...
Oh, yeah, I was going to say you were mobbed in the streets of Warragul.
No. I did a Skype interview for the Mumbai Times.
No, are you serious?
I'm 100% serious. And I was the lead... I was on the front page of their website.
Because I'd seen the Melbourne reports on the news.
The Mumbai Times.
Mumbai Times.
So they interviewed me via Skype, and I had nearly 600 people from India add me on Facebook that day.
There you go.
How many?
Nearly 600.
Really? From
600
India?
friend requests from India. And I thought, surely I can fly over there and just, you know, those famous images of Steve Waugh walking down the alleyways with just thousands of kids behind him? I'm just thinking the whole time, this is my one chance to go to India, walk down these alleyways and just have thousands of kids following me.
Oh,
absolutely no reason.
Any offers to drive an Uber or anything?
No.
Peter Fitzsimons offer you a book deal? I heard they wanted to close the main street and have an open-top cavalcade the day that you took 8 wickets.
We're in a rain delay here. They've actually gone out and put covers across that pitch area and the run-ups. 7 for 113 off 34, Ellinbank. So we've been off now for 22 minutes. So it'll be interesting to see with what Nick was saying in his day. It was 15 minutes and they might adjust the overs. So it'll be interesting to see what goes on there. So the Magic Millions today too, Don?
Yes, I actually just caught a quick look on the Tab app. Of course, tab.com.au, the place to be. All the rest. And
gamble responsibly.
Gamble responsibly.
Put your house on it.
Absolutely. Gamble responsibly and successfully, I hope. Otago, I hope the listeners were tuning in and jumped aboard Otago when we first spoke racing, because it's managed to get up and take the third there at Flemington. It was
done.
It was pretty short. I mean, there's no great...
A winner's a winner.
A winner's a win, so we'll take that. And we're up to race number 5, which very befitting of the afternoon here at Ellinbank. The favourite here is Girls for Andrew Bobbin, who gave it a good push on morning radio this morning. But what I can tell you is at Tab, certainly, we'd taken more money for Interlinked, who was the second pick or in the Tab trade at the moment, about $4. So we'd taken more money at Tab for Interlinked than we had taken for Girls. So maybe you want to keep your eye on. But of course, you're right, Gold Coast, Magic Millions. I think the intrigue around the Magic Millions, of course, is the 2-year-olds with such limited form to go by. It sort of throws up plenty of scenarios and plenty of intrigue. And I think, you know, people say, have you got a tip for the Magic Millions? I don't think anybody's got a tip for the Magic Millions 2-year-olds because they're all still babies.
Yeah.
Of course, we've had the Magic Millions sales during the week, and, you know, you're seeing some expensive horse flesh, $1.5, $1.6, $1.7 million through the sales. And the reality is that other than the form guide that you've got for the breeding, and you get to see them prance around, walking around the enclosures there, that's all you've got to base a financial decision of that magnitude on. So it's fascinating money. It's fascinating. It's a fascinating industry, and you know, it's obviously very much ingrained in our sporting culture here in Australia.
And Magic Millions, it's a big day out there. I've seen it.
I heard
firsthand.
It's a junket up there. So the great man, of course, the listeners will know Lockie Hunter. He's a Bulldogs premiership player and plays at Melbourne at the moment.
His father's huge, Mark.
So Mark Hunter was on morning radio with us yesterday, and he's one of the great men that you'll meet in football or horse racing. And he's made his way up there at the very last minute.
Hasn't he had some success, Mark Hunter, in
he's brilliant.
The game? 30 degrees up there today.
Yes.
They've had shocking weather.
They have.
30 degrees and all sun. Can you imagine what you'd be seeing in the crowd out there today, Nick? in the Gold Coast at the Magic Millions, 30 degrees.
Oh, they'll still turn out.
A couple of bikinis.
Yeah. It's one of the big days on the calendar, isn't it, for people? You know, you do get some guys out of Victoria travelling up for it. It's one of those iconic events,
Isn't it?
For the big punters and guys that are really involved in the horse racing and love it as a sport, not so much as a gambling vice. It's a massive one for them. So
we might take a quick break. We're 25 minutes into this rain delay, and we might take a quick break and just take some messages from our great friends out at the Victorian First Aid Services and Training. Victorian First Aid Services and Training provide first aid training and event first aid services in conjunction with first aid kits and products. With many years of industry experience and a reputation for providing excellent service, they are known by many as the preferred first aid supplier. Their specialisation is providing first aid options that tailor to the unique needs of regional Victoria, as well as first aid training at your workplace, event first aid services, and first aid kits and equipment for work and home. You can contact them on their website, victorianfirstaid.com.au, or simply by phoning 0488 405 605. That's Victorian First Aid Services and Training. Welcome back to the Ellinbank Recreation Reserve. It's about 27 minutes into the rain delay, 7 for 113 Ellinbank after 34 overs, and this could play a fair part in what happens from here forward. That amount of time off, we could see Nick and Don, we could see Drouin coming into bat, could we?
Every chance. Yeah, every chance. As every minute passes, we're getting closer and closer to that being a reality.
Nick, we discussed off air that obviously the covers have since come on, so it was probably raining and the players had been off the ground for about 20 minutes or so before the covers did come on. When you see that happening 20 minutes after the rain delay, what does that tell you?
I think it shows that Ellinbank are keen for a game. Not many Astro clubs would run covers out in a game of cricket.
Yeah.
But they're obviously looking to protect the run-ups, looking to protect the wicket a bit. So they're doing all they can, I guess, as the home club to ensure that we get a full game of cricket. Maybe they want to play. Maybe the ladies inside are saying, hey, where are the covers? I'm not sure.
Of course, it's Ladies' Day here at the Ellinbank Cricket Club. A couple of ladies have rolled up. And, guys, you're getting involved in the lunch this afternoon?
Well, we might be now because the cricket might be finished. We were going to be here, and I've just seen the rain map come up again on our screen, and there is a lot of rain coming our way.
Right.
And it's up again. There is a fair bit of rain coming in from... It's still going heavily from Ballarat right through to Melbourne, so usually follows suit, doesn't it, through west to east.
And look, I hope for the organisers of all the events, not just the event today here in Ellinbank, but of course we've got the Australian Open starting tomorrow.
Yes.
And many of the earlier games are on the outside court, so hopefully for Melbourne's sake and all the organisers, because, it's sport in general has been a bit of a scramble post-COVID. We're sort of returning back to normal crowds and normal fixturing, but it's always a bit disappointing if something like the rain can get in the way of something as significant as the Australian Open, or indeed the racing there at Flemington.
Yeah, but as Victorians, we're used to it, aren't we?
You're used to it. I say that as a WA boy, but you'd hope certainly for the tennis's sake, it'd be great to get a first day out of the way, wouldn't it? A first day of big crowds and whatnot, watching some of the very best tennis players play.
Will we ever see in Test cricket? Will we ever see Test cricket played on a ground with a roof, guys?
Ooh. Oh well. I was thinking about this the other day, Sinkers. They were talking about, the Gabba's going to be out of action and they're going to potentially look for another location for another test. And they said the MCG might host two. Why not play one at Marvel? Let's play one at Marvel and just see what happens.
Yeah. You never lose a day.
Because whoever's coming over, we're probably going to pump anyway. So
so
it doesn't matter. not going to affect the outcome of the game.
So there's a lot of intrigue around the pink ball and night tests. I know Usman Khawaja was fairly vocal to say that he wasn't necessarily a fan of the pink ball. He was more of a red ball traditionalist. But where do you guys stand in terms of the experiment with night test cricket?
I love it.
So do I.
I think it's great.
That bad light that we just had in the last test, I thought was ridiculous.
Yeah.
I just find that we've got these grounds that have got these incredible lights. They light up like day. We should never miss an over through bad light, should we?
No, I don't think so. I've been thinking about this day-night test scenario. The SCG test always copying rain as the New Year test. I'd really like to see them try the Sydney test to be a bit earlier in the year. And then let's move over to Adelaide, the day-night test as the New Year test. Everyone's still on holidays. Great chance for tourism.
Yep.
They put on a party over there. I went over with my mate Tomo last time Pakistan came, and Dave Warner made that triple ton, and it is a party atmosphere. The whole town's alive. The concourse of the stadium.
This is in Adelaide?
This is in Adelaide.
Well, of course, they're one of the last stadiums to still have a hill of sorts.
Yes.
Isn't that brilliant?
That's a brilliant hill. Unbelievable scoreboard. Probably the best scoreboard in the world. The way they set that up for the night test, music outside and bands and marquees and just lots of things happening on the concourse. If you're not necessarily a cricket fan, you still have a great 6-7 hours at the test for sure. So I think let's give Adelaide a day-night test as the New Year test, and let's move Sydney just a bit earlier in the year so that we can get 5 days of cricket in there, because the amount of rain they get is absurd.
So where do you think Test cricket is at in this country from a spectator's perspective? Because I know the first Test against Pakistan was held over in Perth. We had a crowd of 14,000 people on day number 1. That was obviously pretty disappointing. It was a big talking point. Do you think we're losing the marketability, particularly amongst younger kids, around Test cricket with the emergence of T20 formats, with the emergence of this big money, and potentially with the propensity of players to actually leave and play overseas that would ordinarily be playing on home decks?
I think the future of Test cricket in Australia is looking pretty good. You've got quite a few guys there, the younger guys that are still, their dreams are to get a baggy green. Your Will Pekoski hopefully come back. He's a dedicated red ball cricketer. Jake Fraser McGurk spoke out after his last blistering innings in the Big Bash and said, my dream is to get a baggy green. You've got the other Victorian opening bat, Ash Chendal, whatever his name is, that plays for Casey, so I can't pronounce his last name. Dedicated red ball cricketer. I think the future of Test cricket is good for Australia, but I just think we need to probably work on our scheduling a little bit better, having that first test in Perth, not in school holidays, starting on like a Wednesday or a Thursday or whatever. Against Pakistan, you're not going to get a big crowd, Brad. What do you think?
I'm all for it. Whether it's my age, I love Test cricket, always have. I'll sit through the 5 days and watch every bit of it.
Are you 30, turning 30?
Yeah, double that, actually. Exactly double that. But I just love the Test cricket. I think it's a game of, it's like cards. There's a game within the game a lot of the time, and I think it's really good. And it's one of the things I've liked about Dave Warner. A lot of people, he's copped a fair bit of flack, rightly so for one thing, but he never, ever give up on Test cricket. He could have made millions, and it's probably has in like the IPL, but he always put Test cricket first, and I think that's...
Well, and Mitchell Stark's a lot like that.
Exactly. Yeah. Well, he's probably the linchpin of it. He's the one. That's exactly right. Although he's just, what's he picked up? Was he just gone as the biggest?
Well, I mean, him and his lovely wife, Alyssa Healy, have just bought a property in Terry Hills that I'm led to believe is worth in the vicinity of about 14 million. So wow. I can't blame him after that contract has gone through to whip over to India to quickly pay for that. But prior to that, he was very vocal on saying that he wanted to, his priority was playing for Australia. And I suppose not just Test cricket, his priority was playing for Australia in general. And his view was that he needed to be in tip-top shape to be able to do that. So... you'd hope that that's not dying.
Yeah. One of my concerns with the way we structure Australian cricket, it's very boys' club, men's club. It's very hard to get in that side. You look at a guy like Matt Short, absolutely blitzing the BBL for a second year in a row. He started to get his opportunities in Australian colours, but I just wonder if a guy like that hasn't been fed opportunities like they used to before BBL came along. They start to blood these guys at a younger age. I just wonder if the allure for him of continuing to push to try and play for Australia is still there at the age he is, or if the lure of going to play, captain the strikers, but then also go and play in the Pakistan League, IPL, and all the other competitions in England to make money. I don't know if that starts to outweigh it once they get to a certain point in their career. So it's a really interesting time, I think, for.
It is. And what is it, 6 weeks they play these 2020 things around the world, IPL, 6 weeks?
Yeah,
$1 million,
wow.
6 weeks worth.
$3 million in 6 weeks. And I actually did the exercise, and you pay tax on an amount of money in the country in which you earn that money.
Oh.
Unless a scenario arises, as I'm led to believe, and there'll be a tax. Have we got a tax sponsor coming up? Or maybe Stu from SJD Law might ring up and
He'd know.
question me. But this is my understanding, was that you pay tax in the country upon which you earn that money, unless that country is a tax haven, in which case the Australian government would then say, well, you need to pay tax somewhere, and they would do it. The tax threshold for the highest income earners in India is a lot lower than the tax income threshold for the highest earners in Australia.
Well, every country in the world would be. The highest income tax country in the world.
So not only are these guys earning big money, but they're also getting the tax advantage of the lower tax threshold. So, 6 weeks worth of work, $3 million, get taxed on about 30% of that, I think, was the highest income bracket in India. It's still not bad going, really, is it?
It's magnificent. It is. And I like it. I come through the era where, as we were saying before, you had a job and you weren't paid the big bucks. So I've always said the time and the sacrifice that particularly cricketers, their schedules are crazy.
Yes.
I think they get every cent that they earn, and good on them.
Yeah.
Good on them.
And I think you should be rewarded. I was only having a conversation with a gentleman just moments ago, and we were talking about the differences between Australian football and cricket. And at the end of the day, cricket, you do only have 11 spots in the Australian team, whereas, in AFL football and local things, you've obviously got list sizes of 44 plus a couple, and you've got your 18 teams and all that sort of stuff. So if you're good enough to make the top 11, top 22, whatever it is, you deserve to be remunerated accordingly. Because that is an incredible feat in a country where cricket is taken very seriously.
It's amazing because over the years there's been a lot of footballer cricketers that play. Craig Bradley's one that springs to mind. Simon O'Donnell, who I know well. Those guys, you either choose the footy or the cricket, and the money back in the day was better at footy because the money wasn't around for cricketers back then either.
Well, now, Brad, I know we've said that you're not 30 but turning 30. But in as respectful a way as I can ask this question, back when you were playing your footy, you could play both sports. There was a lot of people that did.
You could to a certain. I reckon it was around O'Donnell's time of 83, 84.
Sure.
That you had to make the decision when you were top class at both because of pre-seasons were starting to get really
more
professional. Yeah.
Because Craig
Bradley was one.
Yeah. Did Craig Bradley slip through the... I've stumbled on an article, I reckon, from 99 or 2000 where Craig Bradley was still playing an amateur game of cricket somewhere around and still...
Amateur-wise, yeah, definitely. There's a lot of those, yeah.
Because Bernie Vince rings a bell, and of course Bernie Vince is well known in this in the Gippsland area. Of course, he played for Moe for nothing, and
I thought you were being serious.
And Bernie Vince, remember, he got himself into a bit of strife because I think he played cricket on the Saturday before he had to play for the Crows on the Sunday. That would have been about 2010 or 2007, and he landed himself in a bit of hot water. Don't quote me on that, listeners, but that vaguely rings a bell that's what Bernie Vince did.
A bell. Yeah, it was like a practice.
Or he played. Yeah, there was something going. Oh, he played the cricket grand final when he should have had to go to training the next. There was something that happened, but there was cricket involved. And
I remember when the clauses were coming into footy contracts, where you weren't allowed to water ski, you weren't allowed to.
So shout out to Ollie Wines. I know he's a big fan of the coverage.
You weren't allowed to water ski. You weren't allowed to parachute, which is that one makes sense. If she don't open, you're not coming back.
Well, I think that makes sense. Look, you can't advocate on the player's behalf for more money, more spoils, and then not have the expectation that these clubs want their assets protected. So the business is just too big now, Brad.
It is. It is. We might take a quick break. We have gone now into 39 minutes of this rain delay. It's Ladies' Day, which is underway right now. I reckon half the cricketers might be in there at the Ladies' Day. It's the 7th winter performing live, and Nick is a big fan of theirs. Guest speaker, Dr. Hayley Messenger, who Nick's also had a bit to do with. There's a welcome drink, nibblies, hot food, everything's going on. Half price beer and wine and $4 spirits for the happy hour, and that starts in about 18 minutes. So get down here to Ellinbank. There's not much cricket at the moment, but there sure as hell is some entertainment going on in the Ellinbank Cricket Social Club. So we'll be back here shortly, and hopefully we can get some cricket underway. Victorian First Aid Services and Training provide first aid training and event first aid services in conjunction with first aid kits and products. With many years of industry experience and a reputation for providing excellent service, they are known by many as the preferred first aid supplier. Their specialisation is providing first aid options that tailor to the unique needs of regional Victoria, as well as first aid training at your workplace, event first aid services, and first aid kits and equipment for work. Recreation Reserve, and I can tell you they've gone into tea, and about another 5 or 10 minutes they will come back and make another assessment on what will happen for the remaining part of the day. And our good man Nick Gooden tells us that his tip is that there might not be any more cricket, because that radar that Stephen Gregory has put up on the screen a couple of times in this rain delay has shown there is a lot of rain still coming all the way in from Ballarat, as you can see now, right through Melbourne, all the way out through this area here, Kuirup, Carrumborough, Warragul, right through. So there is a fair bit of rain still around. But hang around, stick fat, and we might tell a few more stories, particularly on Nick might want to give another run on his 8 for 15, and also he's 6 bowled that day. What I will say, that there's 7 for 113 off 34 Ellinbank, and top score so far has been Matt Farthing with 26, and they've got a little bit of work to do, Ellinbank, when they do come back in, if they do come back into bat, because we said that because of this rain delay, that could finish at 7 for 113. And then Drouin might have to come in and face 34 overs. Now, Nick, while I got you, if that is the case, say if Drouin come back in to bat and they were facing 34 overs to make 113, that is a lot easier on the second team batting, isn't it?
I think it is, yeah. It's always it's very similar to any level of cricket. You bat second, you get that, well, in the more professional world, the Duckworth-Lewis system, you've got a bit more of an idea of what you're chasing. Obviously, you've got more, you still get your 10 wickets in the shed, so you can go a little bit harder at some balls and all of those sorts of things. So there's a distinct advantage of batting second in a rain-affected game, I feel. A good idea to take tea early. Yeah. Yeah. Unlike international cricket, where they sit around until lunch and then take lunch. Yep. While the sun's out. Yes, yeah. Don't you hate that? They're wasting that time. It's the worst. Yeah. They've been sitting in the change rooms all morning, eating toasted sandwiches and scones and whatever, and then the sun comes out and they're not out there playing. Yeah. So we will know in about 5 to 10 minutes what is going on. Now, Don, you said you spent a bit of time out this way. Have you seen well, you probably haven't, but you might know of the new Lilyfield Estate? It's a Park Lee development out at Lillyco Road, Warragul, not far from the Warragul Industrials.
No, but Brad, tell me all about it.
Well, it's unbelievable. There's 60 acres of open space, this development, 1,000 plus residential lots, 268 acres of total area, and lot size is up to a 800-metre square block. Now, square metre block. What I would say, that someone that's making, north of $250,000 a year at Sky News could quite easily go and buy a couple of these blocks to come back to on weekends.
My salary short by $100,000. I'll have 6 of them. No, that sounds fantastic. I mean, Lilyfield would be great, and I suppose they're very well priced for what they are. And what I do know about the property out here is it's an incredible investment. I wish that I had bought property back when I first came in here, about 2018 or 2019, because property has just gone gangbusters in this region, and I've got no reason to believe that would change going into the future. So that sounds awesome.
It does, and I would imagine that SJD Law obviously would do the conveyancing, so you could
exactly
go and see those guys.
I used to be a lawyer in a past life.
Oh,
and
really?
I used to work in wills and estates, so I know the good work that Stu and the team do at SJD Law, and I can tell you that it's an endless list of clientele because everybody dies, unfortunately. There's a couple of guarantees in life. But it's fantastic work, and what I would say, and why you should go see Stu, is that quite often a lot of people get their wills done just at the post office.
Yes, and they don't carry a lot of weight. Is that right?
They don't, because your assets, money is quite sophisticated these days, so your assets change so regularly. So if I've left you $500 in my will, and before I die, I say, oh, well, I'll go buy $500 worth of stocks, and Brad will get it anyway. Well, ultimately, that's not how it works. And so if I die and I've got the stocks and not the money, well, your gift is deemed and doesn't exist. So that's why it's important to have a lawyer like Stu and his team at SJD Law. And, of course, you don't just have to be in Warragul to get them. You can be in Drouin and you can be in Traralgon as well. It's important to get your will done properly.
And, you know, the funny thing is that I've heard specials. You can get specials on pies at Missing Link Burgers in Traralgon. You're going to have specials anywhere, but there's a special going at SJD Law. I've never heard it before in my life. If you go and get your will done in the month of February and March, you actually get $100 donated to your local cricket club of your choice. So that's
well, and as they
did
say,
you do specials when you were doing it?
Mid-year's a good time to knock off your perch. So if you get it done in February or March, you're sorted for sort of June, July when it's time to go. No, we actually didn't do specials. So shout out to Stu and the team, because if they're doing specials, that's fantastic. But what I would impress on people is get it done properly and make sure that that your kids are well looked after. If indeed it is your kids, or it could be your local cricket club or footy club, wherever you want to leave your dough, or in fact any of the three of us, we'd happily receive someone's dose.
Just you'll find us at SportsStream Live.
No, that's exactly right. Well, Nick's a new father, so so the beneficiary in someone's will be fantastic.
Hey,
very handy this time of year.
I'd like to touch on your time at AFL Gippsland. That'd be interesting. That would well. That's.
I think I need to call Stu and SJD Law, and I need a will.
From all accounts, it's still turmoil.
So I tell the story. I mean, I'm not employed there anymore, so I can tell this story. I was a bright-eyed lawyer in Western Australia, very keen to live in the eastern states, Melbourne in particular, but I would have taken the surrounds. And I was employed by the AFL, the great people at the AFL, and they said, we've got a job for you out in this place called Gippsland. And I knew Gippsland because of Gippsland Power, and a lot of great footballers come, but I must admit I didn't know much specifically about it. So I've turned up day one, and I had a beautiful relationship with my manager, or my manager-to-be, and he said, we went out for coffee, and I thought, geez, how good's this? I've hit it off with this bloke. And he said, I've just got to duck up to Melbourne. I said, no worries. He said, I'll see you after lunch. I said, no worries. He never came back.
Oh, no.
And that afternoon, he sort of handed over the keys to the company vehicle and said, "It's you're in the chair now." So it was a rocky start, and as you know, rather serendipitously or otherwise, we now work in the same industry again. So he's a very good man, the former manager of AFL Gippsland, and
he's now working in the media, is he?
He's a greyhound trainer. Ben Joss, I'm sure you won't mind if I mention his name.
Josla.
Ben Josky, yeah.
Ben Josky. Oh, well, there you go. I didn't know that. Oh.
He's a lovely fella. So he's doing very, very well in the greyhound industry. So, yeah, look, I was there for a little while. Obviously, it was well known what happened in terms of just prior to me starting, there was a few commissioners that sort of resigned and bits and pieces, and then obviously we rolled straight into the Gippsland bushfires, which...
Yes.
Yeah, being very respectful of that scenario, it was a difficult role in my role to sort of generate sponsorship, as it was for all the community clubs, because there was so many of the finances in the area being dedicated towards the bushfire appeal and all that sort of stuff that it was a little bit difficult. Now, I actually didn't see the bounce of the ball. Well, actually, sorry, go back a step. in almost my entirety of my employment at the AFL more broadly, which was about 18 months, I think I saw 2 games of community footy because I rolled straight out of the off-season of being employed, and then the Gippsland bushfires. I think I was up in Mildura to be the head of AFL Sunraysia for a little while, and COVID hit. So,
oh, gee.
And the real kick in the guts, I think, was I left Perth to live in Melbourne because I wanted to be, at the forefront of the footy, and they actually hosted the AFL Grand Final back in Perth.
That's right.
I was stuck in
2020.
2020.
Yes.
So that was a bit of a kick in the guts, and but look, it was a great experience because you meet the people at the forefront of the clubs themselves.
Yep.
And I think I tell the story quite regularly, and I told Nick this. I played a lot of country footy in WA. We played in front of a handful of parents, whereas country footy in here, the investment from the towns and all that sort of stuff is incredible. The amount of money they can generate is amazing, and it really is a sight to behold. Like the tapestry of football, as much as WA, South Australia, we try and claim like we're footy states and we love our footy, but nothing runs deeper than the footy in Victoria. It's no wonder that the majority of the draftees are still Victorian. So yeah, look, it was a great experience. It was very tumultuous. I wish everybody well that still works in footy, and I hope there's a good outlook going forward. But I also acknowledge that Gippsland's a challenging region.
It is.
Travel.
Travel.
The travel
Yeah.
was the big one, and the variances in terms of some of the industries and the economics in terms of sponsorship and players and all that sort of stuff. Players moving away. So, in my period, we saw a couple of clubs changing leagues and all that sort of stuff, and it was tricky.
What I have found, what I find astonishing is that the country footy, and I'll take Nick's club for one, Warragul Industrials. Some of these clubs have become so professional. It is more professional than when I was in the VFL system, the old AFL system, in the mid-'80s.
Yes.
Country footy is more in the way that they run their clubs off field. And the question from me to you is that can you see some of these bigger clubs end up being run full-time by a general manager?
Short answer is yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Long answer, I think, and this comes back to the broader issue of sustainability, because there is an expectation that clubs are run like that from a managerial perspective, but it's also the kids. The kids coming through have changed their expectations in terms of what football actually looks like.
Yep.
We've got academies, we've got matching T-shirts from such an early age. There is an expectation from the kids growing up that that's how footy is played these days. So it's becoming more and more professional right throughout the ranks. I think the issues are volunteer burnout.
Yep.
I think the raising of money is incredible. I think that Warragul Industrials, to use Nick as an example, I think they've pulled the right lever in terms of getting some younger crew like Nick involved in doing that, because I think when it's left to some people who are sort of managing, and not that Nicky doesn't have a full-time job, but we're getting a lot of people who are sort of in the crux of their employment, and their CEOs or general managers or whatnot, and they're also running the footy club, and I think it can get too hard and left to too few.
Yep.
So I like the Warragul Industrials model in terms of getting a whole lot, and not just Nick, there's a whole crew of young guys who are responsible for recruitment and stuff, and I think that's fantastic. But I do think the amount of money that is being raised by these clubs to pay players or to do what they need to do is becoming almost not unachievable, but it's becoming harder and harder. And that's always been a concern from the AFL.
General manager, Brad, yes. I think a couple of clubs through Country Victoria and Metropolitan Melbourne have actually started to move towards that footy operations employed in a full-time or part-time sort of role, whereas their time's compensated to the point that they can do their job properly, but also go home to their missus and say, look, I got 15 grand from the footy club. For all these hours I've put in, we're going to Thailand.
Yep.
We're going on holiday
Yep.
for 2 weeks, because you dedicate so much time to making sure your footy club runs well. We've got to organise guys to look after sponsorship. Like at our footy club, we're essentially a men's footy team, but we've also got one of the biggest women's program in Eastern Victoria as well. It just takes so much time and effort, as Don said, from everything from organising the canteen to trainers and making sure all the equipment gets to all these grounds and all these things. It takes countless hours, like dozens of hours a week.
And you mentioned about volunteers, Don, and with that, what you say, Nick, I've been told there are some clubs that actually lease out their canteen because they haven't got the
Volunteers to be able to do
firepower.
it.
Yeah, and someone comes in and takes their lease on, pays the club a rent on their canteen and runs it.
It's incredible.
Is that tough?
It's incredible,
isn't it?
It's amazing. But what I would say is, yes, it's tough to find volunteers, and yes, but it's incredible that it does come together. Like when you see. I went out to Phillip Island and watched a game out there, and it was a serious operation.
It is.
I have never seen anything like it. And like I said, WA is is where I cut my teeth playing footy, and we were lucky to have half a dozen of people in the crowd to see the security on the fence and this and that. And the place is packed and you can't sit anywhere. And my one regret is never actually playing country footy in Victoria. I would have loved to have done that.
You did try, but you failed the 2K time trial, didn't you?
I was waiting for that.
Tell us the story, Nick.
Well, I came as a
high prize recruit.
I didn't want to say high prize, but certainly there was a lot of encouragement to come down, and I rolled up and. Of course, a 2K time trial in the first session is never all that great.
Full-scale testing, wasn't it?
And the funny thing was, I actually thought I wasn't in bad nick. I thought I've had a few beers since I've come here, and I got stuck into the dumplings in Melbourne. But I feel pretty fit. And then the time trial started, and I tried to keep pace with one bloke, and he got further and further in front. And then before I knew it, I looked behind me. There's only one bloke behind me, and he was walking. So
was this under Harmit Singh?
No. This is
prior to
previously.
Harmit. Yeah. Steve Ryan was the coach
yes,
then.
yeah. He's won a premiership with Cheltenham this year, I think.
No, that's Des.
Oh, it's Des.
Yeah. Steve coached Rye.
Oh,
went
yes.
Went back
Yep.
to Rye this year to fill in. They couldn't find a coach, so I think he stood up and filled that role there.
So we talking half an hour for the 2K time trial?
Oh, geez. I only finished yesterday. So what was that, 4 years ago? No. So look, and to be honest, I actually Warragul were very good to me. They gave me the singlet and whatnot, and I actually didn't go back after that. I then got a promotion back up to Mildura. Well, not a promotion as such from a football perspective, but from an employee perspective. But yeah, no, look, it's fantastic. Country footy is great, and Melbourne's a great place to do it. But what I would say is, it's very interesting. You can see why so many kids are getting drafted from Victoria.
Yeah.
I remember when I was employed by the AFL, I had parents ringing me whose kids were 10 or 11 years old, and they wanted benchmark data about beep tests. And they wanted benchmark data for 20-metre sprints. And I said, what do you want this for? And they said, I want to see how my kid is going relative to Joel Selwood at the same age.
Yeah.
And I just thought that's an intensity. In Western Australia, I can't help but feel like we have this blasé attitude that if your kid's good and he gets drafted, all the best to him. Whereas the attitude in Victoria seemed to be very much, we love footy, let's do everything we can to get a kid. And I'm not saying there's a right way or a wrong way, but I just noticed there was it was a very serious business here.
It is, and I've always had a thing on these levels of that they've got to meet, and 2K time trial, 20-metre sprint, beep test.
I was 29 in my 20s.
But I mean, things like we would have lost Greg Williams, wouldn't have played.
Mm.
I'm still
Tony
big
Lockett.
on Tony Lockett. I'm still big on, if the bloke can play, turn him into an athlete if you can, somehow.
Yes.
But if he's an athlete, don't try and turn him into a footballer. I'm
watch,
really old school like that.
We watch every week, Brad. There's guys that run around and just find the footy over
Yes.
and over and over and over again, and forwards that don't miss, and all these sorts of things. And you think, how do these guys
get missed?
And then you look at some of the guys that do get listed in these high performance programs, and you think, what? Because he's 16 and he's 197 centimetres, but he can't mark, he can't kick, he runs okay. It's not what the basis of footy is.
Yeah.
They take the athletes, try and turn them into footballers rather than genuine football players. John Newcomb.
Yes.
Prime example.
Yep.
Prime example. I look at a local guy from around the Warragul area, Lane Ward, this year comes second or third in Powers medal. He's on the smaller side, but prolific ball winner, like averaged over 25 touches a game in the NAB League. Didn't have a club ring him. Yeah. Like just too small. But that's not the defining factor on what makes a good professional player at the end of the day. And you see some of these guys that get drafted and you just think, what is going on here?
I get that there should be testings, and I understand that, but I'm just a big believer, and I reckon we might have gone a little bit too far on it.
Well, Brad, let me ask you this. And this is interesting. One of my favourite exercises is to compare the current state of play to yesteryear. The AFL have made a decision to, and when I say the AFL, I'm talking about the top level game now, to remove player weight.
Outrageous.
From the statistic sheet and the player record.
I might go back and play.
I was going to say.
I don't agree with many things that Kane Corns says. Like he's the guy that's there to throw firebombs out and cause controversy, but he hit the nail on the head with this. These guys are professional athletes. They're getting paid potentially $1 million a year. As a commentator and as a broadcaster, Kane said, for me to be able to say Charlie Curnow should pull his opponent down the goal square now, he's got an 8 kilogram weight advantage. How am I meant to know this information now? It's an important facet of the game. People are different sizes.
I've not heard this.
Yeah, so this happened the last couple of days. And interestingly, Charlie Comben, who's at North Melbourne and a good Gippsland boy, came out and said he agreed with Kane. He said, this is ridiculous. We're full-time athletes. It's our job to be in tip-top physical condition. So, and I think where what gets lost, and I appreciate this is probably just a skin-deep view. I would have to understand the AFL's reasoning better, but on face value, it looks to be an image and a self-esteem thing. We're not talking about the average bloke who plays amateur footy that's worried about his weight. We're talking about pristine. You're kidding yourself if you think that an AFL footballer weighs 100 kilos by accident.
Yeah.
They're working with a full-time team of professionals and in an AFL program, your weight is fluctuating on a very deliberate basis to get to an optimal weight. So if you're 101 kilos, whether you're 90 kilos, 70 kilos, 80 kilos, 120 kilos, you're there deliberately at that weight to compete at that weight because that's considered your optimal.
Yeah. And Paddy Dangerfield's a perfect example where they dropped weight on him for the way they wanted him to play. They wanted him as a more running midfielder, as the strength type guy. So that's different weight, what we're talking. So they're saying they don't want the weight because it's
gone. It's out of they've released the annual record. It's deleted. The weight column's gone.
Is this because of the snowflakes?
Yes. Yeah. But the fact of the matter, the guys that show up and potentially look heavier, let's use a couple of examples over the last few years. Stringer, DeGoey. They're not just going to put into the AFL season Bible, Stringer's 117 kilos. Like, they're just going to put whatever his prime weight is.
Yeah.
It's completely ridiculous.
It's contract's up for Stringer this year, so he might come back.
He'll win the round.
Exactly right. To get another 3 years.
But they're putting in the weights and the heights of these guys. They're not even accurate. Like it's an indication for people that are watching the game, observers of the game, learners of the game, broadcasters of the game, to understand who that player is, what size and shape they roughly are. These guys are dropping 3 kilos a game.
Yeah, we might just take a quick break to find out what is happening, because we've been talking a lot of footy. And we might just find out what's happening here at Ellinbank in this rain delay for the cricket. 7 for 133 off 34 overs is Ellinbank. And I reckon if they are coming back out, it will be shortly, because the rain has stopped. And we might even see Drouin coming out to bat. Victorian First Aid Services and Training provide first aid training and event first aid services in conjunction with first aid kits and products. With many years of industry experience and a reputation for providing excellent service, they are known by many as the preferred first aid supplier. Their specialisation is providing first aid options that tailor to the unique needs of regional Victoria, as well as first aid training at your workplace, event first aid services, and first aid kits and equipment for work and home. You can contact them on their website, victorianfirstaid.com.au, or simply by phoning 0488 405 605. That's Victorian First Aid Services and Training. Welcome back to the Ellinbank Rec Reserve for the WDCA Division 1 game between Ellinbank and Drouin. We have been in a rain delay now for an hour. Excuse me, over an hour and 4 minutes, in fact. And We might be coming back out shortly. They're just waiting to see if this is going to dissipate somewhat, a little more. So we might get some cricket. We've been talking with Don and Nick throughout the afternoon today, and Don's still with me. I reckon Nick's gone to fill up his esky.
Well, his missus heard the comment about going to Thailand, so she's packing the bag. She's ready to go. She thought, well, he's the general manager at the Dusties, so she's ready for the holiday. But no, it looks like the rain's stopping you, Brad. So
It is. I reckon we'll get some play.
I reckon that'd be fantastic. Hey, Brad, Drouin's still top of the ladder.
Yes.
They've obviously played the 9 games and the 7 wins and the loss. Outside of Drouin, who are some of the other main dangers there in the top couple?
Western Park, from what I gather, I watched them last week against Ellinbank here on their frog box. They made 216 off their 40. They batted really well out here last week. They might be the real danger at the moment by the looks of that. Ellinbank really need to win today. Drouin have only lost the 1 game, and it was to Ellinbank back in November.
Oh, righto.
They've had no result, obviously due to rain.
Yep.
But I'd say Western Park right now. Hallora aren't too far behind either in today. It'll depend on what happens there. Western Park have got Warragul. You would think that Western Park should win that.
Yep.
And if Ellinbank could get a win today, well, that's going to draw it closer at the top, and it's going to bump Ellinbank into that top 4 spot as well. So
yeah, absolutely.
It's a bit happening.
There's plenty happening. Hey, plenty happening at a local level, also at the international level as well. Of course, Australia playing a 2-test series against West Indies. Are we completely right in the West Indies out of the equation? Certainly the market is skewed that way. But, Pakistan put up a fair... I know West Indies aren't necessarily Pakistan, but what chance are you giving the West Indies?
Not much.
Not much.
Yeah,
okay.
not
There
much.
we
I
go.
just think Australia really... I mean, I didn't give them a hope in hell in the white ball game in the World Cup. And I just think what they've done in the last 24 months with the Ashes and India, Pakistan, the World Cup, they are the side to catch.
There was a brilliant graphic floating around social media, and it said, geez, how unlucky are the Australians? They won the Ashes, but they lost because they weren't the team. What was England saying? That they won the they had moral high ground. They won the World Cup in India, but they didn't win because India were the best team on paper.
Unbelievable.
And then there was a third one in there as well. But geez, they've taken all before them, the Aussies. Do you think the success of the Australian team in the last 18 months has dispelled any criticism around the captaincy of Pat Cummins?
Oh, he's growing, isn't he?
Isn't he?
His captaincy in the World Cup was phenomenal. With the decision whether to bat or bowl, when I thought it was crazy, and I think a lot of people thought he'd made the wrong decision in the World Cup final.
Absolutely.
But he proved right. And I've heard people much more knowledgeable on the game than I say that his field placements and his bowling changes as a bowling captain has set him apart from the rest.
And that's interesting because historically, and this has been the great debate, historically in Australia, we haven't seen bowling captains.
Yeah.
When you break it down and when you see it in retrospect now that we've got a bowling captain at the moment, it makes perfect sense, doesn't it?
It does. Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Doesn't it make far more sense having a bowling captain than it does having a batting captain in terms of where they're looking to bowl, what they're looking to bowl, in what kind of field they need to set to that particular bowler. It's sort of...
Because when a captain in cricket is at his best is when you're bowling, not when you're batting.
Well, the batting lineup's done.
Yeah.
So... yeah, look, it's one of those interesting things. But I also think, where he excels is he's a fantastic representation of Australia on the world stage.
Yep.
And I know people have a crack at him about, his views on climate change and bits and pieces. But when you break it down, this is the person who is representing Australia at a global level, and he's much loved right across the world. I think he's a fantastic representation of Australia.
He certainly is, and I was a knocker. I'll be the first to put my hand up. I was a knocker early, and when he made that decision in the World Cup final, I'm pretty sure I might have even put something up on social media about it.
Did you?
That he might have just lost the World Cup with that decision, but he proved me wrong. And yeah, he's a ripper, and I think that with what happened with the coach with Langer at the start of it all, he lost a lot of fans, and he's won them back.
Yes, hasn't he? Now, his next point of conjecture as a captain is, of course, the batting order with Stephen Smith opening the batting. What's your view? If you're Cameron Bancroft, a career opener who is scoring runs in the Sheffield Shield, doing all that he can to put Sandpaper Gate behind him, that is your role, that is your position, and you've excelled at it to the extent that you can. To then have Stephen Smith, who's a marvel, one of Australia's greatest batsmen, so there's no questioning that, be promoted up the order just because he wants a new challenge.
Yeah.
You'd have the right to be a little bit upset.
It is. And I go back to the days when some of these guys were making their debuts at 31 and 32.
Oh, Mike
as a
Hussey.
batsman.
I think Mike Hussey was a 32-year-old or so.
So it's head down, bum up, and keep going, I suppose, and charring away. And I think that's what he's got to do. But I'm with you. I think it's a bit odd. But you know what? Smith is the sort of guy that could jump into that opening spot and end up just making a real fist of it. He could end up one of the greatest. His average right now is, I think it's number 2 of all time of Australians.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Behind Bradman.
Wouldn't be surprised.
Another
great Don.
Yeah, yes. And that's up ahead of guys like Ponting, and I mean these people are phenomenal, and he's still playing.
Yeah.
So I you know what, the proof's in the pudding, and everything that Cummins has done so far is he's turned to gold. So I'll stick with him. But I'd be disappointed if I was Bancroft though.
A couple of good WA boys there are Mitchell Marsh and Cameron Green.
Oh, it was his World Cup,
wasn't it? He's certainly turned his fortunes around. And Cameron Green is a really interesting one because the hype is there. It exists. We haven't seen the best of Cameron Green with the bat at international level. Or necessarily with the ball. He's got a 5 for in the Ashes, but necessarily, are you buying the hype, and do you think Australia can play with 2 genuine all-rounders?
Yeah, the hype's on potential, isn't it?
Yes.
I've always been wary of hype on potential.
And what credence should hype on potential have in being selected in the Australian team?
I don't think it should have any. I think you've got to put the runs on the board. Let's remember he's very young.
Yes.
He's very young, so he's got time. So again, and this is showing my age, I'm really old school when it comes to these things. How can they say to Bancroft, we're not bringing you in on what grounds? You can't be form because you're playing green and he's got no form.
Yeah.
So it's a tough thing as a coach to sit down with a guy and say, this is why we're not. You've got to be honest and transparent with him. And how can you be honest with Bancroft? I don't know. I wouldn't pick anyone on potential. I think runs on the board, but they have big raps on him. People, as I say, more knowledgeable than I, that say that he's the goods.
Yeah. Well, he's a good. I actually coached him in junior football.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So he's a good Claremont junior boy, and then went to Scotch College.
Okay.
So I had him for 3 or 4 years, and only in football, not in cricket. And we knew he was handy at cricket, but it was never put to me that he was going to be in the Australian team.
Yeah.
That rise was quite dramatic, but he was a very good footballer.
Okay. What was he, a key forward? Key back?
Well, he started as a midfielder, and I met him when he was about 12 years old. He was playing up a year in our under-13s, and had him for a couple of years, but I do know by the time that he finished year 12, he had grown such. I mean, he was my height. He's sort of 6'6", and he ended his career after I'd sort of stopped in the junior coaching space as a key forward. So, very, very handy footballer. Probably a touch short of pace to really give it a crack at sort of AFL level. But a very, very good underage footballer for sure.
So how old is he now?
I would guess he'd be 23. Yeah.
Wow, there you go. So it's interesting, isn't it? And it's interesting how quick the rise is for some of these guys.
I was actually talking to a gentleman just before, and again, without harping on the West Australian space, but it is very, very interesting. Our first grade cricket side, the team that I grew up sort of knowing players from, was Claremont Nedlands.
Yep.
They produced plenty of good players, and one good player in particular was a player called Matthew Kelly, who currently plays for the Scorchers and bits and pieces, and he can go from being dropped from the Scorchers back to Claremont Nedlands, and they've got a culture where the players still work behind the bar.
Ah, okay.
So, it's sort of the players pitch in, and there's not a great deal of cash there, and it's sort of a very amateur sort of setup, but it is the top level in Perth sort of suburban cricket, to then all of a sudden find yourself picked the next week for the Scorchers playing in front of 30,000 people at Perth Stadium, and then, of course, the Australian team. So Joel Paris is a Claremont Netherlands boy. He cracked a couple of ODIs for Australia against India. So whereas you've got the footy where the progression is very clear, and you've got underage footy, you play in the VFL, you get picked for the AFL. Like, it all sort of makes sense. The cricket's a fascination.
It is. How do they get from here, Ellinbank?
Yeah,
that's right.
One moment they're serving beers at their own cricket club behind the bar because the players need to dig into. Then all of a sudden they're playing for $1 million in the IPL. And Alex Carey, who used to be a teammate of mine playing footy, is another interesting case. He'd sort of given cricket away just for a little while there to focus on the footy dream, and within sort of a year or two, he's up pushing for Australian selection. So it's fascinating.
It is, and it'll be interesting to see what happens over the next 12, 24 months with Cameron Green. It really will. But I didn't know that about his footy background. I didn't know that.
Very handy.
He was a good footballer. I reckon we might get something underway here shortly. I might just go through the card so far. Ellinbank, 7 for 113 off 34. Matt Farthing was bowled by Brad Glover for 26 off 53. Sean Masterson was LBW to Brad Glover for 8 off 15. Daniel Pandolfo was caught. James Wilcock off Damon Healy, the captain, 16 he made off 30. Nick Fairbank was bowled Damon Healy for 13 off 13. Curtis Howell run out by Trevor Gardner. He made 3 off 14. Matt Ragg is not out, 25 off 40 at the moment, and he's done really well. Adam Campbell was caught. Matt Couris bowled Simon Gardner for a duck off 15. Jeremy Gray was caught. Jared Saw off Simon Gardner for 13 off 16. And the other not out batsman is Nate Murphy. He is 2 not out off the 10, and that gets him to the 7 for 113. And the bowlers, Troy Lehman has taken none for 19 off 5. Simon Gardner has taken 2 for 26 off his allotted 8. Brad Glover has taken 2 for 14 off 5, so he's been very good. The captain, Dame Healy, has bowled his allotted 8, and he's taken 2 for 16. Trevor Gardner has taken none for 37 off his 8, and that gets us there to where we are right now on the rain delay, 7 for 113 off 34. We'll go for a quick break, and when we come back from that break, hopefully we'll have some cricket. If we don't, we'll have a bit more of Kerry O'Keefe. Victorian First Aid Services and Training provide first aid training and event first aid services in conjunction with first aid kits and products. With many years of industry experience and a reputation for providing excellent service, they are known by many as the preferred first aid supplier. Their specialisation is providing first aid options that tailor to the unique needs of regional Victoria, as well as first aid training at your workplace, event first aid services, and first aid kits and equipment for work and home. You can contact them on their website, victorianfirstaid.com.au, or simply by phoning 0488 405 605. That's Victorian First Aid Services and Training. Welcome back to the Ellinbank Recreation Reserve. As you can see, the guys have got the covers off. They're sweeping the pitch. The ute is coming off the ground. And we look like we're going to get some play underway as the two batsmen that are still in are coming out. And that's Nate Murphy and Matty Ragg, who's done a really good job. So it looks like we're going to get some cricket underway shortly. So we might just take another quick break and hear from our friends Darren and Lisa and the whole team out at Victorian First Aid Services and Training. And thanks to all our sponsors today, Stu and the team out at SJD Law, Liam and Jack, Gippy Shed Constructions, Warragul, China at Bingham Fencing and Farm Supplies, Michael over at the Bunyip IGA, Brad from Bradbury Plumbing, Rick at Bowen's Warragul, and don't forget Mario out at the Grande Quality Cut Butchers at Drouin. We'll take a quick break and hopefully we're back with the first ball. Victorian First Aid Services and Training provide first aid training and event first aid services in conjunction with first aid kits and products. With many years of industry experience and a reputation for providing excellent service, they are known by many as the preferred first aid supplier. Their specialisation is providing first aid options that tailor to the unique needs of regional Victoria, as well as first aid training at your workplace, event first aid services, and first aid kits and equipment for work and home. You can contact them on their website, victorianfirstaid.com.au, or simply by phoning 0488 405 605. That's Victorian First Aid Services and Training. Welcome back to the Ellinbank Recreation Reserve, and after 1 hour and 39 minutes, we are going to have a resumption of play, where Ellinbank are 7 for 113. They have come back out to bat. I thought that might have changed. That's off their 34 overs. Batting at the moment is Nate Murphy and Matty Ragg, and Matty Ragg is on strike. The bowler will be Brad Glover from the Sports Stream Live end of the ground. And play will get underway after a very lengthy break. So we will find out soon how this is going to pan out, because it looks like they're going to try to get to their 40 overs, obviously, and I'm told they did have an hour up their sleeve. So we could get the full 40 allotted overs in. And in he comes, Brad Glover to Matty Ragg. Just drops that down. No run. And you'll see a fair bit of that now, drawing of the ball. Because we have had steady rain for nearly 2 hours. Players would have cooled down. Glover again, and he comes. Wraps him on the pads, definitely leg side. And they jump up. No response from umpire Doug Lovell. So Brad Glover, 2 for 14. He has off his 5. He's into his 6th. Done very well. He struck as soon as he come on in his first over from the SJD Law end, the other end. Ladies' Day is well underway. 7th winter performing over there, and guest speaker Dr. Hayley Messenger. Happy hours between 3 and 4, so there's only 17 minutes left of that. And as we did say on air, we probably wouldn't see Nick Gooden between the hours of 3 and 4, and we haven't. Whilst happy hours on, I can see that Hawaiian shirt over there as Glover comes in again. Ragg backs back, and that is skidding on that wet pitch. No run. Yes, the Hawaiian shirt over there standing out, that's for sure. Don't forget our great sponsors today, SJD Law, Stewie and the team out there, Darren Lisa and their group from Victorian First Aid Services and Training. Thank you very much. Glover. Ragg just lets that go through, and good judgment. Didn't miss off stump by all that much. It is going to be difficult batting out there on that. And that comes skidding through with a bowler like Glover. Again. Punches that towards cover and calls for the run. And Murphy obliges at the end of the over, and he'll keep the strike. Matty Ragg. 7 for 114. Off the 35 overs. Extras 7. So it'll be Lehman from the SJD Law end. He'll bowl to Ragg. Here he comes, Lehman. Ragg just straight to cover to the big fella. And James Wilcock, no run. So Glover now has 6 overs, 2 for 15. And Lehman, he's into his 6th. He has none for 18. And he comes. Oh, opens up, does Rag, and straight down the ground. Won't go to the boundary. They'll come across and cut that off. They'll get an easy 2. Moves them on to 7 for 116. You'll see that good shot there. Back live. Opens up again. Gets it in between that cover and deep mid-off. Just for the 1 run. And brings Nate Murphy onto strike. Big, tall Nate Murphy. So Rag goes now to the highest run scorer, 29. Farthing made 26. We've got Nate Murphy not out on 2 out there. It's a good look around, the big fella. It'll be Lehman again into Nate Murphy. Wraps him on the pads, and umpire Williams says not out. They take a leg by. As you can see it there, or was it a leg by? Might have come off the bat. No, it was a leg by. And Rag back on strike. Lehman, Rag opens up again. He's really opened up the shoulders now. Gets it to cover the... get an overrun there. No, he'll send Murphy back. Direct hit would have got him. Very lucky. Rag just sent Big Murphy back, as you'll see here. Straight to the fields, more or less, and no damage done for either side. Lehman to Murphy, just through to cover. That's the end of that over, the 36th. Ellinbank now 7 for 119 off that 36. And you'll have, which you'll see, Rag on 30 not out and Nate Murphy 2 not out. And it will be back to the captain. No, Brad Glover, sorry. And he'll bowl to Matty Rag. Pulled away, backward a square by Rag. Gets 1, does he go for 2? No. Beautiful arm by Wilcox, straight over the stumps. In fact, it wasn't Wilcox. It's very dark out there now. Glover to Murphy. So 7 for 120 into the 37th over. Glover to Murphy again. Just dabs at it and sort of half left it, and he's not happy with himself. No run. So rain still falls here. The Ellinbank Rec Reserve. It hasn't stopped really for the last couple of hours. Uppish and straight to point. And that's the eighth wicket down. And that's Nate Murphy. For 2. So 8 for 120 into the 37th, halfway through it. Glover takes his 3rd wicket. 3 for 16 off 6.3, Brad Glover. And this looks like Logan Joyce coming in. No, it's Jack Pandolfo. So Jack Pandolfo comes in. They're at 8 for 120. He won't take strike because they crossed. Comes in. Or did they? They did. That was Pandolfo on strike. So he's on 1. Matthew Ragg now on strike. He's on 31 and has top scored for Ellinbank. So Glover into Ragg. Oh, he's bowled him. Middle peg. That's 9 for 120. And Ragg gone for 31. So he's ended up with some very, very good figures here as Brad Glover. That's the end of his 7th over, and he's taken 4 for 17 off those 7. And they're in a bit of trouble now, Ellinbank. It'll be Logan Joyce coming in now to bat with Jack Pandolfo. Pandolfo on 1. And 9 for 121. And it'll be Lehman. Will come in to bowl his 7th over. He's got none for 23. And he'd like a wicket before the day's out. And there's only 1 wicket to get. So, Lehman into Pandolfo. Whew. He's got stuck somewhere there and dropped out. Luckily for him, not back onto his stumps. That's the wicket. Of Ragg for 31. Now back live. Pandolfo plays that out to that deep mid-off region. Bring Logan Joyce onto strike. Yet to face the ball. So ideally they'd like to get through to the 40 overs and bat these out. Joyce tried to turn that backward a square and Got it early. Just popped into square leg there, and he gets a single. He's off the mark. This is always nice for a tail ender. So it'll be Lehman now to Jack Pandolfo. Skied that. It's going to fall safe as Jared Saw goes out and collects, and he'll get 2. So he's on 4, Pandolfo, and Lehman comes in. Push that to mid on. Mid wicket comes around and collects that. No run. So 9 for 125. 1 ball left of this 38th over of Lehman's. Pandolfo down leg side, wide called. Used a fair bit of sawdust out there for obvious reasons. We've had a bit of rain this afternoon. It still trickles. Lehman to Jack Pandolfo, just to cover. No run. That's the end of the over. 9 for 126. Pandolfo on 4, not out, and Logan Joyce 1. Glover will continue. And he'll bowl his last over. He has 4 for 17. Economy rate of 2.42. It's been very good. And he'll bowl to Logan Joyce. Oh, that's going to be close. It's out. Yeah, looked at. Great figures in the end for Brad Glover. 5 for 17 off 7.1. Really good bowling. And the last man to go was Logan Joyce, and he was bowled LBW to Brad Glover for 1. And the not-out batsman is Jack Pandolfo on 4. And they are all out for 126. Ellinbank, I would imagine this will be a quick changeover considering that we've had a fair bit of rain delayed time, and 38 overs they got through for their 126 all out. And terrific bowling from Brad Glover, 5 for 17 off 7.1 overs for the day. Other bowlers, Troy Lehman, none for 28 off 7. Simon Gardner, 2 for 26 off his 8. As we said, Brad Glover, 5 for 17 off 7.1. Damon Healy, the captain, 2 for 16 off 8, was brilliant. And Trevor Gardner, none for 37 off 8. Going through the batsmen, Matt Farthing, bowled Brad Glover for 26. Sean Masterson, LBW, Brad Glover for 8. Daniel Pandolfo caught James Wilcock, bowled Damon Healy for 16. Nick Fairbank bowled Damon Healy for 13. Curtis Howell run out for 3. Matthew Ragg, top score, bowled by Brad Glover for 31. Adam Campbell caught Matt Curris, bowled Simon Gardner for a duck. Jeremy Gray caught Jared Saw, bowled Simon Gardner for 13. Nate Murphy caught Al Gordian, bowled Brad Glover for 2. And Logan Joyce was the last man to fall. LBW to Brad Glover for 1. And the not-out batsman, Jack Pandolfo, for 4. We'll be back here at the Ellinbank Recreation Reserve to watch the Drouin chase of 126. We'll be back very shortly. Victorian First Aid Services and Training provide first aid training and event first aid services in conjunction with first aid kits and products. With many years of industry experience and a reputation for providing excellent service, they are known by many as the preferred first aid supplier. Their specialisation is providing first aid options that tailor to the unique needs of regional Victoria, as well as first aid training at your workplace, event first aid services, and first aid kits and equipment for work and home. You can contact them on their website, victorianfirstaid.com.au, or simply by phoning 0488 405 605. That's Victorian First Aid Services and Training. That's Jonathan Bell and Al Gordian. He doesn't have to, but it just makes good banter. Yeah, for sure. Boring with one bloke. Welcome back to the Ellinbank Recreation Reserve, where Ellinbank were all out for 126, and now it'll be Sean Masterson, and he'll bowl to Jonathan Bell. Just plays it down. Got a bit of bounce there, and straight to gully. No run. So they're chasing 126. Jonathan Bell opening, and at the non-striker's end is Jack Pandolfo, where Bell got 8 last week. Through to the keeper. I think I might have said the wrong name there. Al Gordian. He's batting with Jonathan Bell, and Gordian got 6 last week in their 8 for 177 in their win over Katani. Kouros got 40. James Wilcock got 36 not out. And Trevor Gardner 32. So this will be interesting as we see Sean Masterson come in to Bell. They'll need one early. Drops it to the ground and no run. So yeah, would be handy for the Ellinbank side to get one early. Ladies' Day well underway inside now. It started at 2 o'clock. It's now 10 past 4. So we haven't seen Nick Gooden back. And I can still see him over there at the social club in that Hawaiian shirt. Masterson has gone to around the wicket. Big scream for LBW. And umpire Doug Lovell says no. Have a look at that on the replay. Probably rightly so. So Masterson to Bell again. Just a forward push and the quick single. Shy at the stumps. By the looks of Daniel Pandolfo behind the stumps, if that had a hit, then Al Gordian was in trouble. So risky. There's the first run. 5 balls of this first over are done. Jonathan Bell on 1, and Gordian will face his first ball of the day. So Sean Masterson, 12 wickets this year at 23.25. It's been really good for the Ellinbank side, and he'll need to be today defending 126, 127 for victory. Again, Masterson into Gordian. He just leaves that, and the umpire calls wide. Last time they played, Masterson took 1 for 20 off 10 against Drouin back in November, when they actually beat Drouin, their only loss of the year. Last week, he took 2 for 48 off 8. Gordian just glances that down to fine leg. He'll get 1, keep the strike. And then none for 3 off the first over, chasing 126, 127 for victory. So probably the first time for 2 hours the rain has actually completely stopped. So bowling from the other end will be Jack Pandolfo, who last week actually didn't play. Oh, yes, he did. Took none for 25 off 4. He'll bowl to Gordian. And we have someone returning to the coach's box. The commentary box, I should say. The SJD Law commentary box is a very good afternoon to Nick Gooden.
G'day, Brad. Thanks for having me back.
Oh, it was a great pleasure to have you back and get you back.
It was all a go over there at the Ladies' Day function.
I've got no doubt. Big swing and a miss. There's a couple there that thought he might have got a nickel on that, but
dived into a few of the garlic chicken balls.
Garlic chicken balls. Oh, I reckon you might have dived into a few drinks. How many deep are we now?
Yeah, well, the $3.50 Johnny Walker cans were quite enticing.
So this could be an eventful second innings here. As Pandolfo bowls to Gordian, and he just hits that out through point for a single. He's off the mark. So it's going gangbusters over there at the Ladies' Day?
Oh, great turnout. Yeah, I think it's
really
good. There'd be must be 50 or 60 ladies in there.
That's fantastic.
Another 7 or 8 random hanger-oners out the front, males.
Oh, I've got no doubt. Were you one of those 7 or 8?
I was.
Where's our man Don gone? Is he over there?
He's running the event over there now. He's pretty deep into the event now. He's working the room pretty well, I think.
Pandolfo to Bell.
Oh, very close
misses. Shout. I reckon it was closer than the one that Carrots might have given in the first innings.
Well, you can't help but think that Carrots might owe Ellinbank one here.
I know. There it is there on the replay. Or leg side maybe. Yeah, but I reckon it was no more leg side than Sean Masterson's.
Yeah.
In his innings. As Jack Pandolfo again comes into Bell. Bowling well. What can you tell us about Jonathan Bell? Nick?
Yeah, well, the keeper for Drouin, he's put together a pretty good year this year, holding down the fort, opening the batting. An important part of the Drouin lineup, I guess. Their middle order's been a little bit dicey at times, I guess, through the year, but a lot of their runs have come from the top order, lower order, so he's going to play a very important role today. Because
at the start of the day, if I'd have said the team batting first was making 127 with no rain and the pitch is like it is, like we would have thought just dry and everything, but 127, it's more like 150 for me now.
I think that they get into 127 is giving them a really competitive total. It's something to bowl at.
Yep.
A lot of pressure, and if they can limit the runs early, that one could have easily gone to hand through gully.
That's going to go all the way, is it?
No, it's pulled up as well. Beautiful piece of fielding.
So it did stay in. Well done. That was young Joyce that kept that in. Got it back to his captain in Fairbank, who relayed the throw in. That was very good fielding. So that's the end of the first over of Pandolfo's. None for 3. He's got 3 off that. So they're none for 6 off 2. 127 for victory. So it'll be Sean Masterson again. This time he'll bowl to Gordian. And currently, Gordian's on 2 and Bell's on 3. Oh, well, it's great that Ladies' Day's kicking off over there.
Well, it's one of the better days that cricket clubs host. I think the last 2 or 3 years I've come down and been involved in the Ladies' Day. It's just a good turnout, raise some money for a good cause. Some guest speakers and just general good fun in there. The band's kicking off and they sound excellent.
So, do you get in and have a little bit of a dance with the lovely?
No, not yet. No, I'll do that. Maybe in their third set.
Third set? Where do they play? Nick, give us a couple of... Are they a cover band, are they?
Yeah, they're a cover band. It sounded like sort of modern top 40 sort of acoustic cover. So.
Any Taylor Swift's type stuff? Or
Yeah, there'll be a bit of that going on.
bit of that going on. It's Masterson to Gordian behind it. So, in the end, yeah, you're right. 126 was okay, wasn't it, considering?
I think it's okay. It's definitely... It gives us a game of cricket.
Yep.
You know, if Drouin get on top early, they can probably chase those runs down pretty easily. But I think with really tight pressure bowling, Ellinbank can really make a game of a couple of quick wickets early, and it's really game on.
Yep. So it'll be Masterson again to Gordian. Wide of the off stump, and umpire Lovell has called wide. Darren Leeser and the team out at Victorian First Aid Services and Training. Check them out, victorianfirstaid.com.au. And Stu and the team out at SJD Law. $100 to your local cricket club if you get a will done up in the months of February and March. I better double check that. I've been saying February and March all day, and I reckon it might have been January and February. So bear with me. I will double check that. As Masterson bowls to Gordian, well fielded. What would you call that? Is that a gully position or a very wide third slip?
That's gully.
It is a gully, is it? My eyes are getting old. I'll just want to double check that on the... Yeah, it's Feb and March. Thank God for that. So get your will done. Now that you're a parent, Nick, should have a will. Everyone should have a will, especially what Don was saying earlier. That, if you do the old post office one, you could be in a bit of trouble.
That was insightful from Don, wasn't it?
We were saying off air, Michael and I, that it was really fantastic to have him on because he just covers so many areas of what he's done.
Yeah, he's been a busy man, hasn't he, over the journey?
Oh, a lawyer, and he's run AFL Gippsland, and he's run a 14-hour, 2-kilometre time trial. He's very, very, very good, and he's... already given one tip.
A winner? Yeah, we got a winner out of him.
Yep. So, Masterson now to Bell. Did he get bat on that? No. And he's called wide.
One thing that we didn't get out of Don through that initial interview is that there's a little rumour getting around that he might have been on the inaugural GWS list.
Now, because he did, I didn't get to ask him that. I forgot about that because he did say that he had a soft spot for GWS and he was a Perth boy. I wondered why. Well, there you go. So
that's why when he came down to Dusties, we were expecting big things, but we didn't quite get that out of him.
Oh, gee. Hey, I'll tell you what else I got. I don't think you were with us when you might have been over there on your 14th when he said that he actually coached Cameron Green as a footballer in Perth.
Really?
Yes, the cricketer.
Well, that's two strapping young men together, isn't it?
It is. So that's... how old would Don be? I know that's a rude question, but...
I'd be heading towards his 30s, I think.
Okay, so he's packed a fair bit in. Masterson. Beautiful drive from Gordian. Just short. Just short.
Just short.
And what great camera work from Michael Robinson on the camera, and we'll get this on the replay. Absolutely tremendous shot from Gordian for 4.
Well, hopefully, Brad, it has gone for 4 and not 6 because we...
Oh, it was definitely just short, I think.
It looked just short to me.
That's a beautiful shot and great camera work. As you'll see, just short. Yes, Mick got it. Beautiful work. So that's the end of the over. None for 14. Off 3. Geez, I like the looks of that shot from Gordian. He only got the 6 last week, Nick.
We nearly betted that in one go.
He did. And I just got a feeling when Bell opens up, I reckon he might hit it pretty big too.
He's got some levers on him.
Yes.
He's a big fella.
Yep. So the umpires are calling for something here. Not sure what's going on in the middle, but Bell isn't happy with the umpire.
Oh.
We'll see if our special effects can pick some of this up. That's not a normal chat you see between an umpire and a batsman, is it?
This is one of the more bizarre things I've seen. We've got the umpires heading towards the Drouin captain.
Yeah.
Who's entered the playing facility.
He's not happy. The umpire, Jonathan Bell. He's not calling them off, is he, the umpire?
I'm not sure, but he's remonstrating. The umpires are now remonstrating with the Drouin captain.
Well, we're very, very lucky that we've got this.
What's going on?
So we are hearing that the umpires might be leaning towards pulling the pin on the game. Jonathan Bell's not happy. We thought that might be because Sean Masterson might have slipped over a few times on his bowler's run-up. Makes sense because we have had a fair bit of rain. They've had 110 mil we heard earlier in the day during the week here, and they've had a constant couple of hours of drizzle, sometimes heavier than drizzle, since about 2 o'clock. So what we've got now is very handy. Nick Fairbank.
G'day, Brad. How are you?
Good, mate. The captain of Ellinbank. So what's going on?
Oh, ex-captain.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
yes,
dropped.
Sean.
Got
Yes,
dropped.
that's right. What's happening?
Well, there's a bit of discussion at the pitch at the moment. Sean's fallen over 3 times, and the umpires are in the sort of camp where they don't want anyone to get hurt and then call it. They'd rather have the duty of care and call it before someone does something serious. But I don't know. It's one of those 50-50 ones. I guess Drouin want to play. We're in the camp where we wanted to get a start, but it's just sort of.
It's been a fair bit of rain. Nick.
It's just stopped now. Otherwise, it's been raining for
2.5
30
hours.
Yeah.
And Jonathan Bell doesn't seem happy though.
No, he's not happy at all.
Thanks, mate. I appreciate your
I think
time.
he finally middled one, so he's happy to keep going. I'll better get out there and see how they go.
Thanks very much.
They're shaking hands.
Well, how good of that was Nick Fairbank to come off the ground and have a chat to us?
Well, cricket's
and
one
a
of
good
those
get by
things.
you, Nick, too.
It's not quite like footy. You know, generally what's happened, you see someone belt someone, or when the umpires are just heading towards players and there's arms flapping around and fingers being pointed, you just don't know what's going on out there.
I'd not seen that before. That was, would you say heated?
It looked very heated. Yeah, I don't think the Drouin player Bell was too happy with what the umpires were potentially alluding towards.
But old Carrots wasn't having any of it. He was giving back as much as he was receiving there,
Well,
Nick.
at the end of the day, I mean, these guys are they're paid volunteers.
Paid volunteers.
Essentially, and they've got a decision to make
Yep.
sure that everyone gets off the ground fit and healthy and go to work on Monday. So, interesting, very interesting.
It is. I don't know which way I lean towards it. To be honest, in the last 2.5 hours, this is the lightest I've seen it. So I'm a little bit surprised, but we haven't walked out there. It's very wet and slippery, so that's a different...
What's confusing for me, Brad, is to just call the game. Rather than let's come off and let's have a look in half an hour or an hour. There is policies in place to be able to reduce overs and things like that. So to just finish an over and go, we're done, while there's no rain falling.
Are you saying Carrots has got a previous engagement?
I think Carrots wants to get into Ladies' Day.
Oh, wow. So it's a no result. Let's just quickly go through it.
That's a draw.
It's a draw, sorry, yes.
I think from the Ellinbank point of view, you take that.
Well, exactly right. All out for 126 they were, and none for 14 off 3. Drouin and Bell and Gordian in particular looked like they were going to do some damage.
They started beautifully, yeah. That off drive from Gordian held the pose as it nearly went for 6. They looked like they had the authority on the game. And I guess that's why the Drouin players were so angsty about the situation. They probably felt like they were well on top.
Yes, they would have. They would have. And so it's a little bit disappointing, but can I say that Drouin are sitting on top and they are yet to defeat Ellinbank this year, Nick?
Yeah, a strange turn of events, isn't it? And I mean, the way the ladder's sort of looking at the moment, is there a potential matchup between Drouin first and Ellinbank fourth in the first semi-final? Potentially, and Ellinbank does have the wood over them over the last few years, but I think taking away from today with the weather and all things considered, it was a pretty even game of cricket, really, in the end.
It was. I was thoroughly enjoying it, and I thought early they started well, Ellinbank, and then they went through a bad phase, and it looked like, gee, at one stage I remember saying in the call they mightn't make 100. They went on to make 126, and you'd be happy with 126 at that time. So to in the end, to get that done, 126 and then end up none for 14 in the chase after 3 was interesting, and we might have one of the umpires, Doug Lovell, that might come over and have a chat and explain exactly why that decision was made. Thanks for joining us, Doug. Well done.
Thank you.
So Doug, a bit of a strange end to that game there today. Obviously, conditions not conducive to cricket. Why is the game called now rather than coming off the ground and let's wait in half an hour or an hour to see if conditions improve for the pitch?
Well, firstly, I think if you look around at the weather, there's no wind. There's no way it's going to dry at the ground. The ground is not going to make any difference. Unfortunately, when we took the covers off, there's a wet patch on the second last step for the bowler bowling right arm over the wicket at this end. And there's also the bad end at the other one.
Full of sawdust, yeah.
Full of sawdust, yeah.
So that was my question. It looked like that it didn't matter how much more rain we were going to get. It's very slippery out there and dangerous.
Well, that's why we called it, because as you saw Sean, once maybe a bit of grass and that, but no, he slipped 3 times.
Yeah.
We felt it was completely unsafe. We didn't want something happen to bloke doing his knee, for instance, and then missing the rest of the season, and in the case of Sean, missing his footy. So it just wasn't safe from our point of view.
I mean, at the end of the day, you guys are paid volunteers, essentially, and you've got a duty of care to make sure these guys can go to work on Monday, look after their families and do all of those sorts of things. So, it was just a...
Yeah.
Yeah. It was pretty obvious which one didn't want to play.
Yeah. But it
No, it looked like the Drouin batsman wasn't too happy with the decision at the time, but...
No, he wanted to continue on, but that was probably it. Batting wasn't so bad. It was the bowling, and it was the rest of the ground.
That's right.
And I'm looking at the radar now. There's a lot more rain coming as well.
Okay.
As well.
Yeah.
So you've done a great job. Well done. Thanks for coming over and clearing that up.
From the position of the game, who do you think was going to win? I think we had a bit of a game of cricket on. It
was still touch and go. Possibly you could say Drouin was
they were ahead.
But
you
don't know.
No, that's right.
So anyway,
we're going to use that as religion anyway and award Drouin the 6 points.
Yes. Thanks very much for that, Doug. Thanks very much too, Daryl. Well done today.
Thank you, guys.
So that was all out for 126, Ellinbank, and none for 14 in their chase. Game called off, dangerous conditions in the end. It was going to be too wet, and we already had, as you heard, Sean Masterson slipping a couple of times, and you could also hear that they were pretty keen to go on Drouin for obvious reasons. Unfortunately, we didn't get the chance to ask Daryl Williams about his howler on the LBW to Sean Masterson. Nick,
Carrots actually asked me on the way over. He goes, "Oh, do you reckon that LBW was out?" I said, "No, I don't think it was. No, I think it might have been going down leg that one." But
unbelievable. So we might wrap it up here, which is unfortunate because I really enjoyed the day. I really enjoyed the cricket. Nick Gooden, I cannot thank you enough for your help today. You were magnificent. It was great to finally hear that story about your 8 for 15, 6 bowled in your triple hat-trick back in 2017. I'm glad. Don's surname, I didn't get that during the day.
Harley.
Don Harley. Got to thank him. How good was he?
Good man, great man. I knew he'd be good for it. He just came in and ran the show for 45 minutes, really, didn't he?
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Absolutely. You can tell he does the, he's a Sky News man.
Yeah.
Knows his stuff.
Do you want to run the B-roll? I've got a clip of all of his on-air blunders if we want to play that just as an outro.
If you ever get hold of that, I wouldn't mind seeing that. Mate, thanks very much for your time today. Hopefully, if we're doing some more cricket before the season's out, we'd love to get you back on board again because I really enjoyed it, and we can get that story out there again.
For sure.
I'd like to thank Kerry O'Keefe for his work. I thought he was just...
he did it all for free as well for us, which was brilliant.
Until we get the copyright lawsuit. Hey, Stephen Gregory on the buttons and all the live stream. Absolutely sensational. And Mick Robinson on the camera work. Brilliant work. Clear pictures. It was fantastic. Our sponsors cannot thank these people enough, and I'm going to go through them all. Stu and the team out at SJD Law. Darren Lisa and the team at Victorian First Aid Services and Training. Mario at De Grande Quality Cut Butchers. Rick at Bowen's Warragul. China at Bingham Fencing and Farm Supplies. Michael at Bunyip IGA. Liam and Jack out at Kippy Shed Constructions Warragul. Brad and Brad Berry Plumbing. Thank you, guys. And also the guys out at the Lilyfield Estate Warragul. Find Your Freedom, Lillico Road Warragul. Thanks to Jared Mills and all the people out there. The Ladies' Day is still underway. They're going to keep going till 7 o'clock. We're not. And on behalf of Sports Stream Live, the Ellinbank and Drouin Cricket Clubs, and all those sponsors we've just mentioned, thank you very much to you guys, the viewers watching back at home or wherever you were, in the pub or even at home or on your phone. Thanks very much. And Sports Stream Live will be back very shortly. Follow our Facebook page and you'll find out where we will be next. Thanks for everyone. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Well done, Nick Gooden. Brilliant job.
Thanks, Sinkers. No worries. Do you want everyone want a quick around the grounds?
Yes.
Before we roll out. So Western Park chasing 126 against Warragul, none for 13. You'd expect them to get that done. Halora ended up getting to 6 for 190 with a good 54 off 43 balls from Sarong at 11 to 9-8, at batting at 8, which obviously made a big difference in their total because they weren't tracking all that well for Halora's standards. And Yarrigan chasing Longwarry. Longwarry made all out for 130. So that's a really interesting game, especially for the outcome for Ellinbank Cricket Club. If Yarrigan can chase down that 130, they'll give themselves a little buffer in the 4 against Longwarry. And, of course, here it was Ellinbank who batted first, all out for 126 after 38.1 and none for 14 off 3 after nearly 2 hours of rain delays, and the ground was so wet. The umpires made the decision to call it a draw, and we move on to round 11 of WDCA next week. Thank you, and goodbye for now.